in English, yes, because English is turned off. Luis is in Spanish. You in Spanish only have Luis now. That's correct? Uh, in English, you are hearing me because the English is turned off. When Luis go to English, you will hear Luis. Ok, Luis, si me escuchas, andate al inglés. The second one is okay? English is okay? Okay, ando Luis al portugués ahora. I'm sorry? Okay, now in English. Decir cosas, Luis, andate al inglés. Okay. Luis, inglés. Let me see. I testing him English. Luis, inglés. Inglés, Luis.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Good morning. This is the English channel. Testing.
English is speaking in English. Do you hear English?
Yeah, I hear English. Testing, testing. This is the English booth, second console. Can I be?
Let's see. But it's okay, Portuguese? Okay, and French now? Everything's okay? Okay, perfect. You're welcome. Bye. 1, 2, 3. Gracias a los intérpretes. Todo ok.
Good morning, distinguished representatives, permanent representatives, delegates, Ambassador Isabelle Valois, Executive Secretary for Integral Development. Good morning to you all. I welcome you to this regular meeting of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, the first formal meeting that I have the honor to chair. When Antigua and Barbuda assumed the chairmanship of this council, I said that development is not one subject among many in this organization. Development is indispensable to the strengthening of democracy, the protection of human rights, the maintenance of security, and the achievement of lasting stability. Today, we begin the practical work of giving effect to that conviction. I need not tell you that we are meeting at a difficult time for our hemisphere. Economic growth remains persistently low. Investment is cautious. Almost one worker in every two remains in informal employment. Small and vulnerable economies face these pressures with especially limited fiscal space and technical capacity. Yet the Americas possess exceptional resources, human talent, productive capacity, and access to major markets. Our task then is not simply to describe that potential again. We all know it well. It is to consider how cooperation can convert that potential into decent work, stronger enterprises, responsible investment, greater resilience, and opportunity that reaches people. Our business today is therefore both substantive and institutional. We will formally consider the proposed work plan for this semester. We will hear directly from practitioners and delegations, and we will install the permanent committees of the Council. With that purpose in mind, I declare the meeting open. Now, I'm advised by the Secretariat that the required quorum is present, and we may proceed with the consideration of the draft order of business. I now submit for the consideration of the Council the draft order of business contained in document CD/OD-173/26. And I ask, are there any observations or proposed amendments? I see none, and since there are no objections, the draft order of business is approved. We turn now to item 2, presentation and consideration of the draft work plan of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development for the period July to December 2026, and that is contained in document CD/doc.489/26-Rev1. Before presenting it, I wish to place the informal consultation held on 21st July in its context. I convened that meeting to listen to delegations before bringing the work plan to this Council for formal consideration. It was not a decision-making meeting. The Chair's summary and follow-up circulated after that consultation is therefore exactly what its title states, a summary prepared under the authority of the Chair. It records my understanding of views and suggestions expressed during an informal exchange. It is not a negotiated text, and it is not binding, and it does not constitute formal conclusions or decisions of member states. However, I should tell you that I thought that the engagement in an informal setting was free, frank, and very helpful. Probably one of the most satisfying exchanges in the Organization of American States that I've had in the 11 years that I've been here. The Council is considering the work plan formally for the first time today. The informal discussion was nevertheless valuable, as I just said. Participating delegations indicated interest in a CD that gives greater prominence to development, makes better use of its sectorial and institutional machinery, engages relevant partners without displacing the authority of member states, and places greater emphasis on implementation, measurable results, and the effective use of limited resources. A number of delegations also identified subjects requiring further attention. Those interventions help to refine the draft report now before us. The proposed plan is selective because no 6-month chairmanship can responsibly attempt to cover every dimension of integral development. It is organized around a practical question, and that question is this: what conditions would enable productive enterprise and responsible investment to contribute more fully to integral development in the Americas? Now, that's not just a slogan for markets, nor is it an invitation to place private interest above public purpose. Business success is valuable, but it is most valuable when it contributes to decent work, enables micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises to formalize, obtain finance, and grow, respects workers, communities, and the environment, strengthens resilience, and shares prosperity more broadly. For the purposes of this semester's work, the draft uses 3 organizing pillars: certainty, capacity, and capital. They are an analytical framework for discussion, not an exhaustive definition of integral development. Certainty means clear, coherent, and predictable rules. Those rules must safeguard the public interest while allowing workers, enterprises, and investors to understand the conditions under which decisions are made. Capacity means people equipped with relevant skills, public institutions able to implement policy effectively, an enterprise capable of becoming formal, productive, competitive, and resilient. Both education and human development are central to that task. Capital means access to appropriate and probably affordable financing, and to the infrastructure that development requires, including digital connectivity, resilient ports, energy systems, and sound project preparation. For many member states, particularly the smaller ones, the obstacle is not only the availability of finance, but the capacity to prepare viable projects and reach the institutions that can support them. I know from personal experience that the lack of technical skill often hinders the getting a project to a bank because of the lack of skilled people who can put that project together to make it a bankable proposition. Sometimes the difficulty is as basic as that. Now, cooperation binds these 3 pillars together. No country can by itself meet every challenge of technological change, climate vulnerability, regulatory fragmentation, trade infrastructure, workforce preparation, or access to finance. The practical value of multilateralism is that it allows countries of different sizes and capacities to identify shared problems engage what works, and act together where collective action adds real value. The proposed method is deliberately interactive. CD meetings should not become a succession of prepared national statements, prepared in capital and read out here. We should hear briefly from people who confront these problems directly, reserve substantial time for exchange with member states, and identify practical possibilities that the Council and SEDI can examine within their mandates. The proposed program moves from today's framing discussion to labor informality and enterprise capacity, ports and the infrastructure of trade, regulatory certainty and the costs of fragmentation, and the mobilization of capital, including for digital transformation and resilient infrastructure. Engagement with permanent observers and other appropriate partners will examine how their cooperation can respond to priorities identified by member states. Importantly, the plan also remains open to matters that each delegation properly brings before this Council. Nothing is closed and everything is on the table. But the purpose is not to multiply meetings or documents. It is to improve the quality of our dialogue, connected to CD's permanent committees and sectoral processes, and help generate cooperation that delivers practical and measurable value. That is the draft work plan I placed before the Council. And I now would like to open the floor for any observations from member states. The floor is open. Mexico, you have the floor, sir.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Chairman, the delegation of Mexico congratulates you on assuming the chairmanship of the Inter-American Council on Integral Development and wishes you the best of success in this effort. And we are fully willing to work together so as to benefit integral development in this hemisphere. We're grateful for the presentation of the work plan for the second half of 2026, and we acknowledge its practical orientation and likewise the purpose of tying in regulatory certainty, development, and mobilization of capabilities and development and capacity building together with opportunities for inclusion. We value in particular that key challenges are identified as labor informality, professional development, education for enterprise, and the adaptation of our economies and societies in the face of the accelerated growth of artificial intelligence. This is a timely discussion in light of the recent high-level political forum for sustainable development of 2026, which was held in New York from 7 to 15 July, in which Mexico participated in, during which, among others, the objectives related to water, energy, infrastructure, and sustainable societies. These goals were all focused on. In a parallel event sponsored by the ILO, there was analysis of how investment in these sectors can give impetus to job creation, promote a just transition, and accelerate fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals. This perspective confirms that decisions on investment and infrastructure are not neutral from the standpoint of social and labor concerns. Rather, they should be deliberately designed to create quality jobs, reduce inequalities, expand opportunities, and contribute to a transition to more sustainable economies that leave no one behind. Mexico is of the view that business success should be assessed not only on the ability to attract investment, reduce regulatory uncertainty, or facilitate formal jobs in companies, but rather they should also be looked at in light of the quality of the jobs and the effective observance of the rights of working persons. Economic growth and growth of productivity take on full meaning when they translate into decent work, dignified salaries, social empowerment and improved living conditions. We think it's important that the work in this half of the year incorporate explicitly issues such as job safety and security, non-discrimination and equality, trade union rights, and strengthening of labor inspections. These elements can be addressed in particular during the meeting focused on informality and capacity building, slated for September. But they should also be present in a cross-cutting way in the conversations on port modernization, regulatory certainty, AI, and mobilization of capital. Technological transformation and the transition to resilient and sustainable economies and societies should be accompanied by policies that accompany working people, strengthen their skills, and ensure a just transition. This attention is particularly necessary for young persons, women, migrants, and those who work in sectors that are more exposed to automation, precarity, because of the effects of climate change. Mexico agrees that the private sector plays a fundamental role in developing our economies. At the same time, we consider that business development should be considered as a means to serve the goal of integral development rather than as a goal in itself. Investment in productivity should include social inclusion, decent work, sustainability, and effective protection of labor rights. In this spirit, Mr. Chairman, Mexico reiterates its willingness to work closely with you and with all of the delegations so that in this half of the year we can share experiences and good practices that will contribute to bringing about more productive, inclusive, sustainable economies focused on the well-being of the person. As chair of the Mechanism of Informal Consultations for Strengthening CD, Mexico reiterates its belief that or its determination to continue participating in reflections to strengthen its relevance in the inter-American system so that CD can offer concrete results to our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador of Mexico. Might I just pick up on just one thing that you said, sir, with which the chair absolutely agrees. And that is that business development should not be seen as a goal by itself, but as to how it can best serve integral development. So I thank you for that observation, and I give the floor now to the El Salvador.
Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation would like to second the congratulations to you on taking over the chairmanship of this council, and we wish you the best. We would like to thank you for presenting the work plan for the coming 6 months, to the topic being creating the conditions for business success in the Americas, cooperation for certainty, capacity, and capital. For our government, we believe this is a concrete step forward in integral development. We agree with the chair that the work in the coming 6 months should not be isolated efforts. Rather, it should be a holistic and enduring type of work. We want to be effective and make sure that we are connecting to previous mandates of CD, other ministerial efforts in the framework of the OAS, and we want to use the business charter, for example, as one of the tools. Informal consultations help us to strengthen our efforts. They make our efforts more dynamic, and we are able to come up with tangible results that will further enrich the work of CD. We believe it is important to take an integral approach and multi-sector approach to the work of CD and promote the sharing of best practices and capacity development for integral development in the Americas. We reiterate once again our willingness to be active participants in working toward the objectives of this work plan and to help to strengthen investment, innovation, the generation of capabilities in our hemisphere, as a sustainable way to address the issues in our hemisphere and benefit of the entire population, but in particular the most vulnerable. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Salvador, thank you very much for that very useful contribution. And I now give the floor to the delegation of the Dominican Republic.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Please allow me to thank you for presenting this work plan. The Dominican Republic values the vision contained in this document, which is aimed at achieving specific results. We think it is innovative, and we believe we will be able to address the main thrust of this, that is creating the conditions for business success in the Americas, cooperation for certainty, capacity, and capital. We believe CD is the forum in which we can do this, understanding that hemispheric cooperation is of greater value when it responds to the specific needs of member states. We are especially interested in the emphasis that the program assigns to MSMEs. As the document indicates, the MSMEs are the majority of the business fabric of Latin America and the Caribbean and are fundamental to job creation and economic growth. And because of this, we believe that CD can bring important value added by promoting the sharing of experiences on business formalization, access to financing, the strengthening of capabilities, digital transformation, and the incorporation of new technologies, including AI, such that our MSMEs can be more successfully integrated into value chains. In this way, they can take advantage of the opportunities offered by the digital economy. These are areas in which hemispheric cooperation can translate into specific results for our countries. Mr. Chairman, by the end of the coming 6 months, we can have specific results. We would like to see CD strengthen its capabilities to address the needs of member states by providing practical solutions, promoting technical exchanges and cooperation projects that will continue to produce results beyond your chairmanship. We would like to reiterate our support for the success of your tenure and assure you that the Dominican Republic plans to work constructively with you, with CD, and the other member delegations to strengthen inter-American cooperation and the integral development of our peoples. Thank you very much.
Very much, Dominican Republic, for both those commitments that you've just made, which we will take on board, and also for the suggestions that you've made, which I should tell you that in my discussions in the last few days with both the CD chair and the Secretariat of CD, these are points that have already been taken on board, strengthened by what you say today, and will continue to receive active consideration. So now I give the floor to Ecuador.
We have always believed that the best way of honoring a plan is to stick to it from day one. You have made a very interesting and challenging proposal. Let's not limit ourselves to just reading out documents. I will therefore speak without reading a document. I simply wanted to thank you, Mr. Chair, send our greetings to all those joining you, and seek a methodology or give a name to the methodology under which we will gear our work under your leadership. We believe that this is a new type of political dialogue for development. We applaud this, where you are talking about trust from the certainty that the institutional framework will give us, the legality of investments, and so that we know democratically there can be safe investments in our countries. training to address challenges, and of course, respect for capital and its destination. This is not just about economic development, it's about development, and we take on this methodology as a great challenge. Structured political dialogue and openness to ideas toward consensus. Thank you very much, and our congratulations to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, and may I thank you very much for those words and assure you that my hope is that we will always have open exchanges, not necessarily those that are read from the piece of paper, though I know that sometimes they're very necessary for people to record positions. But I think the best discussions we will have are those in which we throw the paper away and have a frank conversation based on experiences that have been garnered in the time that people have been toiling in the vineyards of both CD and SETI to see how we can make this enterprise better than it is. And you've indicated some key points, which I think we must continue to bear in mind. And that is, one of them is that they need to have access to capital and to ensure that it gets to the right places to contribute to the process of integral development. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to begin by commending you as you begin your tenure as chair. I wish you a very productive 6 months. Please know that you will have the full support and participation of Brazil. In terms of the work plan, Brazil fully supports these suggestions, especially in terms of the sharing of best practices and experiences, the training of our workforces, and the promotion of MSMEs, among others. Brazil would also like to congratulate the chair on the work modalities being proposed. They are tied to the quest for concrete results. For Brazil, this is the vocation of this pillar of the OAS. Integral development. We believe that under your leadership and the format being presented, we believe we will see the fruits of cooperation and be able to focus on improving the lives of the people of our region, particularly the most vulnerable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brazil, for that very useful contribution. May I, as an aside, just say to everyone that the work program that we've outlined, I hope that we can fulfill it, but I'm very mindful that the formal meetings of CD are not frequent. They're too distant apart. That means that I am leaning toward two things. One is perhaps more formal meetings than we have at the moment, to keep the momentum of what we do going and to keep the scrutiny of what we're doing always in the forefront of what we're thinking. But I also believe that the informal setting is a good way in which to garner and gather and benefit from the experiences of people who are sitting around this table. Not constrained by the fact that you're being recorded or there's a camera on you, but that you can speak freely and bring to it the intellectual knowledge that I know you have and the experiences that you have to ensure that we make this work better. I understand the need for these formal meetings, and we will have them. Maybe we'll have them more frequently than we do, because I think if we want to move this program forward, there's going to be greater necessity for conversation. But I also believe the informal mechanism should be employed in order to get past some of the things that we would like to put on the formal table, but we need to discuss informally to begin with, and to make sure we build a consensus around those new ideas. And on that note, I give the floor to my distinguished friend, the Ambassador of Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Chair, First and foremost, congratulations for taking on the chairmanship of CD. We wish you the greatest success. And of course, you can count on the full support of the Paraguayan delegation as we work on this topic. This is a very interesting topic. It's very important. It's important to create the conditions for business success. Indeed, this is part of the government policy of Paraguay to create a positive environment for the business community and attract investment so that we can develop our country in the way we envision and imagine. This is something very important as we try to achieve the development we desire. We are therefore very motivated to work with you on this very important topic. I also feel inspired by my colleague from Ecuador, Ambassador Mónica Palencia, who reiterated the fact that it's important not just to show up with documents to read, but to have a more dialogue exchange so that we can truly share ideas, make our ideas clear, and make proposals for ideas that will help us to be successful. I believe there are a number of institutions in each of our countries that might be able to play an important role in the dialogue we seek in the next half year. For example, we have institutions that support exports and imports. They support small businesses and cooperation in the private sector in our hemisphere, both within our hemisphere and outside the hemisphere. Our colleague from the Dominican Republic also talked about institutions in charge of MSMEs. We have a ministry that covers MSMEs in Paraguay, and that is a big part of our business community and environment. It's important to forge these ties in our hemisphere to promote cooperation. And also, the OAS itself has an important instrument, the America's Competitiveness Exchange, which in a certain way creates the possibility for businesses to interact, create opportunities, and move forward with projects on business cooperation, which could serve as the basis for growth in our countries. Mr. Chairman, I do believe this is going to be a very interesting semester. Again, you can count on us, and we will be actively participating in all of the work.
Thank you very much. Again, may I say that I'm very grateful for the remarks that you've made. I agree with you entirely that there is institutional knowledge within our communities of a peculiar kind that would benefit from interactions with financial institutions. And one of the things I would like us to do is to have a special session in which we bring the banks, the Inter-American Development Bank, CAF, the Caribbean Development Bank, and other financial institutions of that nature, into the same room with local institutions that are concerned with business development, the ones who are charged with accomplishing it within our countries, and for them to have an exchange on why business cannot move without capital and why capital has to become more accessible. And let our institutions understand what the banks are saying in terms of how they want to see projects developed to make them bankable. What are they looking for? What is it they can do? And what, if anything, is the training we need to start to develop to ensure our local institutions can respond to those needs in order to access the capital they want for development. I think all of these are, what we must do is to look at what we can do practically. What out of a discussion, what ideas and plans can come out of it that we can move forward. And I therefore think the avenues that you have identified are right, and we should find a way of bringing those things together. On the work plan, we'd already talked about bringing together the the institutions, the banking institutions, for a conversation. We need to have that conversation. But we also need the banks to talk to the local institutions as well. And we may have to start by doing that on a regional basis, representatives of regional groups talking with the financial and development institutions. But we've got to get into that dialogue, which is not taking place at the moment. It happens once in a while. It's not structured, it's not regular, and it's not yet delivered the kind of results that we'd like to see. So if we can work on all of that together, that would be great. And I will lean on you, Paraguay, when the time comes. I know who your president is. I know where he's worked in the past. I know his experience, and I understand his approach to these matters. His outlook on this would be very valuable. One of these days, if he's available, maybe we can bring him here to talk to all of us about, no, I'm serious, about, and I know what he's accomplished, as I said. So let us see whether we can learn from that experience too. So thank you very much for all of that. And I thank you all for the contributions that you've made. I thank all the delegations for their observations and for the constructive manner in which the draft work plan has been considered. So if there are no objections, the draft plan contained in document CD/doc 489/26-Rev1 is approved. Approved. Now that the work plan is adopted as the framework for the Council's work during the second semester of 2026, I just want to emphasize that it does not prevent Member States from proposing other matters in accordance with the rules of procedure. It is very important that new ideas, new approaches be put on the table for full consideration. We are at a different time in the world. There is no such thing as a bad idea. Now, I'd like to go on, if I may, to item 3, which is the dialogue among member states setting the course. What would it take to achieve business success in the Americas? And on that substantive item, the Secretariat has distributed the concept note contained in document CD/INF.723/26. This is not intended to be a sequence of prepared statements. We seek a direct exchange on where the path from economic potential to productive investment, stronger enterprises, and formal employment breaks down, and on what political cooperation through CD can do to help. In other words, to stop it from breaking down and putting it always on a progressive track. Now, to assist us, we are joined by 4 panelists whose perspectives are different, but I understand they're complementary. Mr. Nicolo Geligo, and you will forgive me, sir, if I got that name spelled, the pronunciation incorrectly. He heads the Science, Technology, Innovation, Technological Extension, and Entrepreneurial Unit in ECLAC's Division of Production, Productivity, and Management. He brings a regional perspective on the institutional and policy constraints that limit productive investment and business growth, and on the role of innovation in raising productivity and creating quality employment. Now, to start this off, based on ECLAC's regional analysis, I'd like to put to Mr. Gligo, and again I apologize if I've mispronounced your name, sir, but based on ECLAC's regional analysis, the question I'd like to put to you to start off this discussion is what policy or institutional bottleneck most significantly constrains productivity, enhancing investment, and business growth in Latin America and the Caribbean? And what practical form of cooperation through CD could help countries overcome it and generate more quality employment? You have the floor, sir. And I hope the question was not too complex or complicated.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. First, I want to make sure everyone's hearing me. Wonderful. And good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation to share some of the ideas and proposals ECLAC has in terms of what we call our productive development policies. I do have a presentation. I'm not sure if that is up on the screen for you all to see. I'm not able to see it myself, says the speaker. So could you let me know if you are seeing slides?
¿Alguien me podría decir?
And can somebody let me know if you are seeing my presentation? Yes, we are seeing it, so please go ahead. Okay, I'm now seeing it. Thank you. Next slide, please. ECLAC has identified what we call 3 pitfalls or traps that prevent the region from fully developing. The first is the low capacity for growth, and then the other is high inequality, low social mobility, and weak social cohesion. And the third is weak institutional capacity and ineffective governance. Next slide, please. With respect to this first trap, in terms of limited capacity to growth, we have identified structural problems. These have been developing for decades. And in fact, we've reached a point where we're starting to talk about a new lost decade. Next slide, please. And I apologize for going so quickly, but I was told I had just 5 to 7 minutes. So I'm just giving you a snapshot of the headlines. And then when it comes to time for discussion, I can delve deeper into some of these points. So we have this limited capacity for growth, and this is part of structural problems in the region. There are a number of explanations. One is low levels of investment. That's part of the explanation. And while other countries or groups of countries have seen increases in investment levels, Latin America has lagged behind, and in fact, the gaps vis-a-vis other emerging economies, for example, in Asia, we see the different levels of investment which are lower in Latin America. Now, beyond matters related to investment, much of the explanation of why this limited capacity for growth lie in productivity that has remained stagnant. The region has not grown as far as productivity is concerned. In fact, productivity has been declining. If you look at the blue line, the thicker one, which is pretty much horizontal, that's productivity in Latin America. The others, which you see growing, are more advanced economies, the United States, and South Korea, China, and Europe. You see the relationship here between gaps in productivity between the region and the United States, and those have continued to grow, while other countries have increased productivity year to year. It has remained stagnant in Latin America and the Caribbean, and that is one of the main reasons we have this limited capacity for growth. So that is one of the traps we find ourselves in. Now, the previous graph showed averages in the region. There's a great deal of diversity in terms of situations for why this is true. If we compare countries, productivity levels in Latin American countries are different, and there's also difference in sectors. There are some industries that are more productive. You can look at specific companies. To the right, we see a comparison of productivity in micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises relative to larger firms. In Latin America, a micro enterprise will have about 12% compared to a larger, while a large one will have 40% of productivity compared to a large firm. And this is something we see repeated in other parts of the world, but to the right, where you look at comparisons to the EU, the differences are smaller. So the micro, medium, and large enterprises, the differences aren't as drastic as what we see in Latin America. The differences also lie in territories. Here you can see productivity in different countries, in their different regions and territories. So we see differences between countries, between industries, and at the subnational level, and then between individual companies. In this scenario, in order to be able to increase productivity, we talk about improving productivity within a specific industry, that is to boost capacity within those industries. In order to do that, you have to have productive development policies in place. Now, what do we mean by productive development policies, or what type of characteristics should these types of policies have? Well, here we're talking about all types of deliberate efforts aimed at productive transformation. So here we're talking about improving productivity within existing sectors or industries in order to create more highly productive sectors, or create new high productive sectors.
Now, for that to happen, we have to work on any number of fronts. And so, in this framework of a policy for productive development, we're encompassing a number of more specific policies. All of these, coordinated and working together, will help us achieve this goal or purpose of improving productivity in the various sectors. To that end, we're talking about policies for science, technology, and innovation, as well as extending technology, digital transformation, entrepreneurship, closing investment, including foreign direct investment, infrastructure, quality infrastructure, communications infrastructure, regulatory agendas, as well as policies for internationalization and foreign trade. This places us in a complex situation in which there are any number of agencies that are participating in this look at productive development policy, which need to be coordinated, all to be geared to or harnessed for this common objective. Next. Now, when we speak of a policy for productive development, oftentimes a synonym is industrial policy. But when we're talking about industrial policy or productive development policy, we're not focusing on manufacturing. We're looking at all sectors of the economy. We're looking at agriculture, services, and so on for this look at productive transformation. Now, we also understand that we can't do everything. Resources are scarce. We need to make certain gambles or take certain initiatives, and therefore one is condemned to set priorities, so to speak. So we need to figure out how to direct these efforts at what we have called sectors that give impetus. ECLAC has defined a number of these sectors. Nonetheless, that list is mainly indicative. Each country, based on its own reality and based on its own interests and capabilities, will define certain sectors in which it will then have to give impetus to this policy for productive development. Now, productive development policies, we're seeing these as collaborative efforts involving multiple actors and multiple levels. That means that, if you recall the first slide, where we're looking at the different actors, if we add together private sector actors, academic actors, we see that governance is a key issue. Indeed, governance and productive development policy is one aspect that ECLA has set as a priority, even over and above resources. ECLAC says before subsidies, before resources, we must have governance, coordination that would make it possible to align all the actors and all efforts, make definitions, have priorities, and then after that, one could give impetus to resources for the policy. Now, in addition, if you recall the slide where I showed you this diversity of production territorially, we see that the productive development policy has to take stock of the specificity of the different territories, and part of the design and action of a productive development policy has to be managed from the subnational levels. At ECLAC, we're engaged in a major effort for working with subnational levels. We have established a network of subnational governments for productive development because we are convinced that one must work locally. National level policies have to come down to the territories, and they need to be, in the territories, they need to coordinate with the national policy. Now, if we could go back to the last slide, and one more. Okay, thank you. In addition, we believe that a relevant mechanism, an important mechanism, a practical mechanism for giving impetus to these policies are cluster initiatives and what we have called initiatives for productive articulation. We think these are effective tools, ways in which one can practically manage governance and coordination of all the different actors, particularly from the private sector, with the public sector and other relevant actors. Next. Well, to close out, one last look at a characteristic that these policies need to have is the focus on internationalization. When we talk about internationalization, we're not only referring to the relationship with international markets via foreign trade, imports, exports, and attracting investment. We're also talking about integration of agendas and policies for productive development. We believe that in the countries we need to seek out common agendas that make it possible to expand markets and to improve as a region. And this is to answer the last question, which is, what's the role that the OAS and CD could play? And I think it's right here. One of the main challenges and one of the most complex challenges involves this coordination at the regional level, and in particular in the area of productive development policy. We need to work on common agendas, generate greater scale or scale them up, and then have these mechanisms connect with other regions of the world, take advantage of the productive development policies being defined by the more developed countries. We need to get on that train, and that's part of the work that could be done by an international agency such as CD. With that, I conclude my remarks. There you have the documents, which are new ECLAC documents, where you find the full explanation and further development of what I have just presented. Given the short time I had, I thought it would be most important to show you the headlines of these different issues so that as we open up the space for further conversation, we can go deeper into some of these issues or topics or others as you wish. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation. I think we've learned a couple of lessons from your presentation. One of them is we cannot possibly accomplish in 5 minutes what we've asked you to do. And the fact that we've got several other speakers who are coming behind you, who are also limited to 5 minutes, but I know they will not be able to contain it in that time, that perhaps this is the wrong place in which we should listen to these presentations. It can't happen at formal CD meetings of this kind, and I tell you both this now. We have to look for a new way of doing this. When we have these expert presentations in which we can have an exchange, maybe it ought to be in an informal session and given the time to devote to it. But very important questions have been raised in the last few minutes, and I tell you the thing that stands out in my mind more than anything else, and it is that investment in Latin America and the Caribbean is the lowest region of the world. And the productivity in the Caribbean and Latin America is also low. That is frightening, because it means that we are being left behind, and we are being left behind by our own actions. Nobody's forcing us to do that. The question is, what do we do about low levels of productivity in our society? And I tell you a story that illustrates this. No, actually, I won't tell you the story. I'll tell those of you who want to hear this story, I'll tell it to you outside of this room. But the point is, we do have low productivity, and we have to begin to understand why. In at least 2 of the countries in the Caribbean that I know of, the productive sector is being pushed by immigrant workers, people coming from outside the region who are hungry, who want to make their way in the world, who are looking for economic betterment, and therefore they work harder than the native population. And employers are increasingly turning to that immigrant labor for workers in the construction industry, in the tourism industry, in other industries, agriculture. It is to immigrant workers people are turning. Now, what's interesting is those immigrant workers also come from countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. So isn't it interesting that they work harder as immigrants in other communities, but not in their own? There's something here that we have to get to understand what it is that is making our workforce not as productive as it should be, and how we can tackle that. And I think we've got to look ourselves at some innovative ways in which we could put this discussion to this group as a whole. Having said that, let me move on with the agenda because we're running out of time, and introduce Dr. Daniel Funes de Rioja, who's the president of the Business Technical Advisory Committee on Labor Matters. He brings the perspective of employers across the Americas on the conditions required to invest, grow, formalize economic activity, and create quality employment. Now, Dr. de Rioja, just to get the discussion started, I have a question to put to you, and that is, from the perspective of employers across the Americas, what is the most significant obstacle to investment, formalization, and the creation of quality employment? And what practical form of cooperation through CD could help governments and social partners to address it? So I give you the floor, sir.
I thank CD and you as chair the possibility for speaking on behalf of the Business Technical Advisory Committee on Labor Matters of the OAS, so as to be able to speak to you and to tell you that we are doing this on the basis of a close cooperation with my colleague. The document is developed by the Federation of Employers of the Committee and the Punta Cana Declaration of the Meeting of the Americas in Punta Cana in 2025. You have posed a very important question that applies for all of the Americas. Starting from the basis of, seeking out the paths for the transformations that are needed to be able to adapt to changes in respect to both trade policy as well as adoption of new technologies, and how to combine this with the creation of sustainable jobs and formal sector employment. That is, say, employment that is registered and socially protected, having as a framework 2 fundamental aspects. property rights from the business perspective and respect for fundamental rights in the workplace, as set forth in the 1998 Declaration of the ILO. Now, what are the problems? Well, first, they've been mentioned here. The observance of the rule of law and juridical security transformed into certainty in the regulatory system is essential for mobilizing investment. The countries that attract investment are those that offer foreseeable or predictable rules, reliable institutions, as well as juridical security or legal certainty. This is based on a concept that the economists and political scientists have developed, the issue of generating trust. If there's no trust or confidence, there won't be long-term investment. There might be some venture capital investment, but not long-term investment. And if there is not a framework of legal conditions that provide certainty, it is not possible to create quality employment. In the first half of 2025, accordingly, our region has seen 46.7% informality. Our position is clear. We believe in formal sector enterprises and formal sector employment. We need to look at this not only from the standpoint of the growth of necessary investment, but also mindful of all processes of reconversion or adaptation that the new technological and market demands are putting forward. Structural reforms, paths or mechanisms for accessing new technologies and markets, and you've already noted to credit and financing, in addition to debureaucratization, making things as simple as possible, not illegally, but legally, because illegality ends up resulting from failure to enforce, and therefore in many of our countries, the issue of taxation, import duties, and infrastructure are all pillars of a favorable environment for creating and developing such enterprises. It's very important that these companies take into account the reality and the potential projection of the countries of our region. I think we need to be more aware than ever that the OAS is the great forum of the Americas, and we should look at it with a comprehensive and integrating view to complement our production. I'm not talking about market exclusivity. I'm talking about having a shared vision and proposals or solutions that are adequate, mindful of the characteristics of each country, but also of the dimension of the different enterprises. It has been said quite rightly so, and we also emphasize the SMEs from the positive actions of the state, both to stimulate the creation of such enterprises and to support the reasonableness of the tax regime applied to them and the possibility of accessing new technologies and foreign trade. We've spoken of an environment that the governments should guarantee as being necessary. Placing emphasis on job creation, we need to highlight or focus on a topic that you have also touched upon in the introduction, education and professional training. Without education and professional training, one cannot create the cultural environment and the initiative necessary to respect property rights and labor rights, nor, obviously, the frameworks within which we need to be guided in our countries and in our relations among countries. The ILO has compiled and systematized the main technical reports that were published from 2023 and 2026 on employment. The World Economic Forum projects in its report on the future of employment the creation of 170 million jobs and the elimination of 82 million. So the net is 78 million new jobs. By 2030, it says that 39% of key competences in the labor market will change over this period. And thus it considers that 77% of employers who plan to implement upscaling plans. McKinsey in the United States says that more than 57% of work hours need to be automated, and that demand for support via AI has multiplied sevenfold in 2 years. And so this is not an issue that we in the Americas have to turn away from. Rather, we need to be mindful of it. The OECD, in its report on artificial intelligence and quality employment and inclusivity, has said that 27 countries of the OECD faced high risk of automation, and 80% of workers who use AI report better job performance. In any event, those reports have a key datum. From 40 to 57% of work tasks can be automated. And the impact of automation of some tasks, but not so much replacing employment, rather employment needs to be upgraded. Two more issues we wish to address in these remarks. First is the relationship between or among productivity, competitiveness, and wages. This is not just a political language, it is an economic and social reality. We need to have sustainable firms, sustainable jobs, and effective participation in the markets. There is no single response to this issue. We need to take a look at it. There are multiple experiences. The chair has noted that we need to take a look at experiences, and there are many experiences and practices. And I'd like to remind you that when at the ILO we had the World Commission on the Social Dimension of Globalization, that group of experts, and I was honored to participate in that group, we were able to explore what it is that we were talking about in the country's reality, because to be able to talk about those experiences, there must be adaptable experiences. The other thing I wish to mention briefly is that no social inclusion is possible without formal sector employment, especially in the private sector. And I say this because in many of our countries in Latin America, many have turned to the solution of generating public sector employment to replace private sector employment, but this doesn't work. We should really overcome those issues which are not merely economic, they are also cultural and educational. And to this end, we need to have recourse to, and I'm very pleased to see that in the CD report, not only in the CD report, but also in the conversation you've just had before these remarks, you've emphasized that it's fundamental to share best experiences and practices so as to improve efficacy. We're certain that the Americas faces historical opportunity. The combination of nearshoring, energy transition, digitization, and regional integration in the context of models for productive development and human capital can turn the region into one of the most important poles of growth in the world, so long as there's a strengthening of the pillars of certainty or trust, capacity, and capital investment identified by CD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, that was a most interesting presentation. And again, I think the format in which we are hearing these things, we need to adjust in order to give both the presenters and us an opportunity for greater exchange and a better opportunity to understand all of the presentations that are being made. But Dr. Ray Oha makes, in my view, a number of very important points. The words that stand out to me, listening to him, was one, trust. Trust is critically important for investment. If the conditions within a country are have no certainty, if the politics of the place is so unstable that it renders economic investment risky, people will not invest. Therefore, the institutions and the institutional underpinnings have to be in place to do that. That's one thing. The other point he made about automation, that the way to deal with automation is not to disregard it, but to upgrade the skills of those who are being displaced so that they still can continue to be employed and to operate in business. And that's a big challenge, I suspect, for all of us. And the third thing, which I know in many small countries is a big difficulty, and it is that the public sector is employing more and more people in order to reduce unemployment in their countries because the private sector is not able to take up the slack. The result of that is the call on government expenditure is far greater at a time when government income is being reduced, and the challenges that face governments in all of this, including looking after the aging population, for whom pensions and health care becomes a greater demand, but with a less taxation base on which the governments can get that revenue to build better hospitals, to provide better facilities. All of these are difficulties too. And so that question of how we get around the public sector having to create employment that the private sector is not able to do is a real problem that faces many of us, and I know it faces small countries in particular. But I thank you for that. You've given us a lot of food for thought. And I would ask you, sir, if you could just wait for a few minutes while we hear the next presentation and to participate in whatever discussion that might arise out of that. Our next presenter is Dr. Devi Sinanand, who is the Executive Director of the Caribbean Export Development Agency. Now, Dr. Sinanand offers an implementation perspective from the Caribbean on strengthening firms, improving export readiness, attracting investment, and connecting MSMEs with technical and financial support. And again, I'll follow the format that we've been doing so far, Dr. Sinanand, by putting a question to you. Based on the experience of your agency, where does the path from a promising MSME to an investment-ready, export-capable business most often break down? And what practical form of hemispheric cooperation would do most to close that gap, particularly for small and vulnerable economies? So I open the floor to you, Dr. Sinanand.
Much, Chairman Saunders, Ambassador Saunders. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of this in front of the delegates here this morning. I do concur with your assessment that, this is a very wide topic. The good thing is that I am speaking third, so a lot of what I was going to cover has been covered to a certain extent by my previous colleagues. But I do want to focus a bit on the Caribbean experience, and I think I will be able to stick to my 5 minutes, and I will try my best to do so. So what we have to do is really look at the context of the Caribbean region, especially the Caribbean region private sector, is that a vast majority of businesses in the region are considered micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Even some of what we in the region would consider large firms, if you were to plug them into any other ecosystem in the world, they would automatically be captured as a medium or small enterprise. So we immediately recognize that there's an issue of scale. Because many of our private sectors are small and medium-sized enterprises, they face problems of scale in terms of cost, in terms of profitability, in terms of access to finance, in terms of access to resources. If you look at investment, one of the major issues that small and medium-sized enterprises in the Caribbean face is they do not have availability or access to patient growth capital. The reason for that is the firms are just too small individually to justify the cost of investing in the Caribbean region. Capital providers, if they're looking at an investment size of $1 million, it's the same cost and due diligence for an investment size of much larger. So right away, we face the problem of scale in terms of accessing patient capital. There's also the availability of patient capital in the Caribbean region. Unfortunately, in the Caribbean region, small and medium-sized enterprises have to rely on traditional sources of financing, which are banks, credit unions, and friends and family. We do not have a mature market for equity investments. We do not have a mature market for venture capital. So it seriously limits the availability of capital that firms, small and medium-sized enterprises, can access in order to scale their businesses to grow and compete in international markets. We also have the problem of bankability. The question that you noted notes that we have a lot of promising businesses in the region. We have a lot of good ideas. We have a lot of good businesses. But unfortunately, the reality is that a good business does not translate into an investable business. So we have to strive to make our small and medium-sized enterprises in the region bankable. And there we run into problems of lack of governance structures, of lack of financial statements, for lack of information. We have a lot of asymmetric information in the Caribbean. We have a problem of asymmetric information region in the Caribbean. So that limits the bankability of firms so that they can access resources. That's just on the access to finance side. But you also have to look on the exporting side as well. As I noted, we have a number of good products and services in the region, but unfortunately, they are unable to capture markets outside of the very limited domestic and regional markets. Here we run into problems of international standards. If firms were to trade if firms in the Caribbean region were to trade in larger economies, they run into problems of not meeting international standards, whether it be food, whether it be non-tariff barriers, phytosanitary requirements. Firms in the region just don't have the capital nor the expertise to meet those international standards. So we see automatically that there's a barrier that is created with expanding their international markets. We also run into the problem of limited digital adoption. In the Caribbean region, firms tend to trade very analog. They have not embraced the technologies and innovations that come with operating a business in 2026. So, for example, AI, we're seeing things like blockchain technologies. These types of innovations are being readily embraced in other regions in the world, but unfortunately in the Caribbean region, they are not widely adopted for, again, a number of reasons that we can get into. Lack of capital, lack of innovation, lack of capacity amongst business owners. These are some of the issues that are really facing. So we have to look at how we can increase digital penetration among small and medium-sized enterprises in the Caribbean region. One final thing I want to touch on as well is transportation and logistics. Trading in the Caribbean region across borders is very expensive. Many of the countries in the Caribbean region are small island developing states, so they're geographically, I don't want to say isolated, but they have to invest very heavily in shipping. And unfortunately, shipping costs in the region are very expensive. When you compound that with the issue of scale, you realize that firms, when they're trading across borders, they don't have enough volume of trade to really fill a container to justify the economies of scale that comes with shipping. So that immediately puts them at a competitive disadvantage. So we have to look at what can we do to solve the transportation and logistics problem. And it's not just from a goods point of view, but from a services point of view as well. Because as we all know, moving people across the region in the Caribbean is very expensive. So these are some of the challenges that the regions face. I also wanted to tackle the second part of your question is what can we do? What we need to do is really an issue of coordination. We have a number of solutions that are put forth in the region, that help, that are funded by IDB, that are funded by CAF, that are funded by the EU. But unfortunately, many of these programs work in isolation, and many of the times we are reinventing the wheel. We are doing work that has already been done, and we are not coordinating the solutions that are presented to small and medium-sized enterprises. If we want to get a strong pipeline of businesses that can be investable, bankable, and can export across borders, we have to coordinate the support that we are providing to them to make sure that there are no gaps in the support and that they can take advantage of it and grow and scale their businesses. So what we really need is a year-round pipeline of projects, of businesses that we can continue to present to investors to attract that capital into the region, rather than isolated single solutions that are being provided across. And this is something I think CD can really help with in terms of bringing the partners together and really coordinating an approach that can really benefit the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises of the Caribbean region. So I will stop there. I hope I stayed within my 5 minutes, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions that may arise. Thank you very much.
Well, Dr. Sinanan, thank you very much for that perspective of the problems of the Caribbean countries in relation to all of this. I was surprised that I did not hear you use one word, and well, two words really, encapsulating one idea, and that was regional integration. You talked about the fact that we don't have a capital market, and that is true. We have very nascent capital markets in, I think, 3 countries, but we have no Caribbean capital market. That means the resources of the region are not being put into one place where investment in businesses across the region could take place. You talk also about the fact that each of these countries looks at the assistance or loans or whatever it gets from outside, whether it's the European Union, an investment bank, and they each do it on an individual basis, creating huge problems of just coordinating all of that, and probably lose out on the amount of money that is being spent by agencies that have to do the work 4 or 5 times for 4 or 5 different places. In fact, in the Caribbean, it would be 14 times. So maybe indeed the core question of regionalization is one to which the Caribbean will have to pay closer attention. And I suspect it's not just the Caribbean alone. I think we might find that problem in smaller economies in Central America as well. Thank you for that. It's been a very useful contribution. And also the idea that CD could play a role in at least convening the discussions around which we might look for solutions to these problems, very valuable suggestion. So thank you very much. I now will move on to the person who is going to be faced with implementing many of the things that all 3 of you have said this morning, and who's fresh to the task. But because she is fresh, she brings a new energy to the work of CD, and she brings a wealth of experience, both from civil society and also from government, in order to advance the work of CD. And the most important thing is that her heart is in the right place. And that is Ambassador Isabelle Valois, the Executive Secretary for Integral Development. And as I just described what I thought she brings to it, so I will now give her the floor. And if I may, I will use the same format that I've used so far, which is to put a question to you, Ambassador Valois, from CD's vantage point. What is the most consequential gap between what member states need and what development cooperation currently delivers? And what practical initiative could CD champion to close that gap across the pillars of certainty, which includes trust, capacity, and capital? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sanders. I'm not sure if I bring a lot of freshness, but I try all my heart to deliver some concrete results for SEDI and CD. Basically, the most significant gap is simple to describe, but difficult to close. It is the gap between agreement and implementation. Across the Americas, member states are clear about their priorities. They want stronger institutions, more competitive and resilient economies, better jobs, greater opportunities for small businesses, and the ability to use innovation and emerging technologies for development. The problem is not shortage of ideas. It is that priorities too often remain disconnected from the financing, partnerships, and technical capacity required to turn them into measurable results. At a time of technical change, climate pressure, weak growth, and constrained public resources, that implementation gap is even more significant. This is why certainty, capacity, and capital, the 3 pillars identified in the work plan, must operate together. Certainty means clear and predictable rules. Trusted, verified information, and the confidence to make long-term decisions. Through capacity building, policy dialogue, and regional cooperation, SEDI can help member states learn from one another, address fragmentation that discourage investment and business growth. Capacity means the institutions are able to implement policy, that people equipped with relevant skills, and that enterprises are capable of becoming formal, productive, and resilient. Through our work in education, labor, competitiveness, science and technology, tourism, water security, and digital transformation, SEDI strengthened this capacity. Capital means more than availability and affordability of finance. It also means viable projects, credible institution, and the ability to connect national priorities with development bank, investors, technology, and expertise. SEDI does not replace financial institutions. It can support member states in engaging them engaging them with stronger innovative proposition and the right partnerships. But these pillars will not close the implementation gap if they remain separate conversations. Therefore, I believe the most critical initiative CD could champion is more structured follow-through, connecting the priorities identified by member states with SEDI existing programs, technical networks, and development partners. Rather than creating new mechanisms, we can make better use of existing ones. CD providing political guidance and SEDI supporting practical follow-through and measurable outcomes. The Trifino region show what's possible, a collaborative effort that has improved water security for more than 12,000 people and strengthened sustainable management across 7,200 hectares. The American Competitive Exchange, better known as ACE program, illustrates this approach, connecting more than 1,500 leaders and generating over 900 partnership and investments, policy reform, technology transfer, and institutional cooperation. Likewise, our small business development centers show how proven models can be scaled up across countries to strengthen entrepreneurship. The opportunity now is to connect these efforts more deliberately. CD can provide the political direction to member states. SEDI can bring together technical capacity and partnership, and our regional and international partners can mobilize knowledge and capital. That is the OAS comparative advantage, the ability to bring development, cooperation, innovation, partnership building, and political dialogue into one framework, connecting ideas to action and action to results. Ultimately, success should be measured by results. Stronger institution, deeper partnership, greater investment, and expanded opportunity across the Americas. I firmly believe CD should advance a focused set of strategic priorities from conversation to implementation. Credibility grows when commitments are matched by visible action and tangible results. By doing so, we will make multilateral cooperation more practical, more responsive, and more effective, transforming certainty into confidence, capacity into capability, and capital into opportunity. Convening creates alignment, implementation creates impact. That is the promise to this Council. SEDI remains committed to helping translate shared ambition into tangible results. Je vous remercie beaucoup. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Valois. Well, colleagues, I think we've heard some complementary perspectives. The experience of employers who make investment and employment decisions, the implementation experience of firms seeking to become export ready, and SEDI's hemispheric view of cooperation in practice. And that, of course, is the main body of our work, how to make sure that indeed we turn cooperation into practice. Now I want to open the floor for a direct exchange between member states and the panelists. Delegations are invited to contribute to what we've heard. I ask that you keep the interventions as limited as possible, but do not restrict yourself from making them. So the floor is open, and I invite anybody who wishes to either make a contribution to the discussion or put any questions to the panels that we have heard. Mexico, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the panelists for their presentations. We have taken due note thereof. As I indicated the first time I took the floor, Mexico believes that business success in the Americas must take into consideration that investment and growth are not isolated objectives, but they must translate into the reduction in inequality, well-paid work, and well-being for all of our populations. The 2026-2030 growth, which is the plan of action for the government of Mexico, and the Plan Mexico, which looks at long-term growth and development in our country. From that standpoint, I would like to underscore the following 4 elements we consider essential for business success, and some of the points coincide with some of the points raised by the panelists. The first is certainty. Companies need clear rules, effective institutions, and transparent procedures. But certainty should not be confused with dysregulation. It means cutting red tape, reducing administrative times and costs, and preserving the state's capacity to protect the public interests, labor rights, communities, and the environment. The experience in Mexico shows that legal certainty can be supported by a long-term strategy that is oriented toward well-being and decent work. We also have to improve our productive capacity. For Mexico, just attracting capital is not enough if that is disconnected from local economies. We have to develop SMEs and value chains, help them integrate, increase regional and national integration, and facilitate access to credit, provide training with vocations that are important to each territory. This requires coordination between the public and private sectors, academia, and civil society. We have to develop technologies and prevent digital transformation from expanding existing gaps. The third condition is to make sure that decent work is at the heart of our efforts. Efforts toward formalization require this to have tangible benefits for workers, access to Social Security, financing, training, greater productivity, and opportunities for growth. Labor policy in Mexico recognizes the right to sufficient salaries, to training, to legal rest, and business success must also be underpinned by the quality of work and support a just transition that takes into account climate change and social development. And we must also mobilize public and private investment in infrastructure and projects that lead to well-being. Public investment must accompany private investment, especially in energy, water, connectivity, transportation, health, and education, to convert available capital into productive projects. We need not just resources, but greater capabilities to promote financeable projects with technical assistance from development banks. Esteemed colleagues, for Mexico, development must be based on more competitive and productive businesses. That is true, but also more just societies, greater investment that is tied to local development, innovation with inclusion, and growth that translates into rights and well-being. We can have a sharing of solutions amongst peers, South-South cooperation, and triangular cooperation. The joint implementation of projects and support from development banks, workers and employers organizations, the private sector, and academia. CD can be the point of departure for these efforts, and please know that you can count on Mexico and Mexico's efforts in all of this. Thank you.
distinguished ambassador of Mexico. Now I'm going to give the floor to El Salvador and then Panama. And after that, I will turn to the panelists to respond to anything that they would wish to comment on, arising out of the comments from Mexico, El Salvador, and Panama. And then I will return to Guatemala, to Canada, Guatemala, Costa Rica, for another session from the permanent observers before I give the panel an opportunity to respond to that as well. So right now I will give the floor to El Salvador.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the panelists and the Secretary for your presentations. In terms of the guiding questions, we have identified as the main challenges for transforming available capital into concrete results in the modernization of administrative processes that make this more nimble interagency coordination, guaranteeing legal certainty, and developing mechanisms that facilitate access to financing for MSMEs. To underscore these challenges, we think it's important that we have coordinated efforts in terms of investment, modernization, and training, the establishment of public-private synergies, and the creation of jobs within a stable and legally certain framework. We need institutions that are strong and that can coordinate multi-actor efforts between the state, private sector, international organizations, and academia to have tangible outcomes. Mechanisms for technical coordination, assistance, and institution strengthening to support member states, and in particular, the development of capacity in our countries. We believe that CD can drive technical exchanges and learning for the sharing of success stories and identify opportunities for improvement. And there's also an initiative that was launched in the framework of the General Assembly. This is the private sector initiatives. It's important to know what the next steps are. We think it's important to have a presentation of how this will be implemented, what the role of member states will be, and how the work will unfold. This is also public-private collaboration that seeks specific results. In terms of best practices, my country would like to share that unlike general trends, El Salvador has had 4.8% growth in the first quarter of this year. 17 out of 19 sectors that have shown growth. We have construction, tourism, hotels, restaurants. How have we achieved this? It's through an integrated strategy that began with strengthening legal certainty. This goes along with the matter of certainty. We have looked at protection for intellectual property, facilitating processes and allowing El Salvadoran companies to protect their intellectual property. We are also developing public-private partnerships through an institution in El Salvador that is receiving support from the IDB, and we believe it's important to align priorities between the public and private sectors. And we have 5 areas. That's macroeconomic growth, in urban development, living, tourism, financing for MSMEs, and the internationalization, attraction of investment. These are a focus for coastal development. We are also have an agency to promote Salvadoran exports. Invest. We promote tourism infrastructure and amongst other industries. As far as SMEs are concerned, the government is pushing an agenda aimed at attracting investment through the formalization and simplification of bureaucracy, access into public funds, and strengthening investment. This will help to reduce costs and improve competitiveness. Particularly, we are focused on MSMEs. We are strengthening 14 centers for the development of MSMEs and promoting their international integration. And we have a plan for MSMEs 2024-2027. These are priorities that have been identified. We should follow up on that work plan so that we can have concrete results in that area. Thank you very much.
Acevedo. Now, if I might just on the last portion of what Ambassador Acevedo was saying, and that was describing the national efforts of El Salvador to tackle a number of these questions with which we've been concerned this morning. What would be extremely helpful is where there are national plans that are being implemented, projects that are being implemented of that kind, is if the experience, the way, the methodology of which you approached it, the success of what you've achieved and how you measured it, could be shared with CD, the Secretariat, and with SETI, because this is a useful base for sharing information. All of us are very impressed by hearing what within nations people are doing, and it's good to know all of that is happening. But what our role ought to be is not simply to praise each other for doing things nationally, but to figure out how we can benefit from those experiences, how we can share them, and how each of our countries might learn from them. So I think if I could ask that, for instance, El Salvador could share those things with us. What are the projects you'll be doing? What is the methodology you used? How have you tested its success? And so that we ourselves can see how best we might be able to implement that into a broader scheme of things for all of our countries as a whole. Now I'll open the floor, if I may. I did say I would end with Panama. Yeah. With Panama, you next, and then the panelists.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the ambassador and the team from the Permanent Mission of Panama, we wish you the greatest success during your tenure, and you can count on us for our support. Panama would also like to thank the chair for convening this dialogue, and this gives us an opportunity to share perspectives. For Panama, business success and development requires that these three pillars that were presented advance in a coordinated fashion. We have to have certainty and predictability. Companies need skilled workers and the ability to grow. Economic opportunities require access to finance that can be translated into projects. Along those lines, Panama has been driving the modernization of its logistics and trade infrastructure to facilitate trade. Our economic policies have assigned special priority to productivity. Recent data show an expansion of formal jobs. These are figures from the Ministry of Labor. From May of this year, we saw 890,000 formal workers in the private sector, and that is the highest number up to date. However, there are structural challenges that continue to hamper our efforts. That's informality, which we've also heard mentioned by the panelists. For Panama to move toward formalization, that requires more than just making administrative procedures more nimble. We have to make sure that workers see perceptible changes and support for MSMEs, facilitating access to financing, technical assistance, digitization, protection, and penetration into new markets. We've been working in that direction through instruments to support MSEs, which include formalization and opportunities for training, access to financing, among others. Mr. Chairman, we cannot just look at this from a national perspective. Companies, markets, and value chains transcend borders. Panama believes that there is an important forum for sharing best practices and digitalization, which will allow for greater interoperability. We believe that MSMEs can formalize and support this transformation. Panama has highlighted the importance of moving toward greater digital interoperability and incorporating MSMEs, particularly those spearheaded by women and young people, and give them access to opportunities for financing. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, we believe that certainty, capacity, and capital must be mutually reinforced, and that hemispheric cooperation can have a multiplier effect, which will allow us to share experiences, provide solutions, and create better conditions such that investment, companies, and jobs contribute to the development of our countries. Panama reiterates its willingness to be an active participant in this dialogue and to support the proposal of the chair in all of the meetings and efforts that we have in the coming 6 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The distinguished representative of Panama, who also, I should say, in the informal discussions that we had early this week, was an active participant with some very good ideas that I think helped to improve the work plan that I had put forward, but also, I think, helped to generate discussion in the informal setting amongst our delegations. But I'd like now to ask the panelists if they would like to respond to anything that they've heard here this morning that would either strengthen their own positions or perhaps correct misconceptions or provide clarification, anything you wish to do. So who's first? Right. The 1 second. My handwriting is the most disgraceful thing. It's worse than a doctor's. I can't even understand it half the time. Dr. Fuentes de Rioja, you have the floor, sir. Here you, sir.
Microphone, please. Yes, thank you, Chair. 3 points. First, recently mention was made of value chains, and value chains are a very important axis for linking MSEs regionally and internationally to productive chains. Many countries face major challenges in energy, mining, and the knowledge economy. But actually, these do not supply themselves, but rather either they resolve their needs with provisions and services that come from other parts of the world and not our region. And I would say that both upstream and downstream value chains are extremely important from the standpoint not only of work but also of trade and services. The second aspect is migration. Our borders are very permeable, all of them, generally speaking. And I'm not making any value judgment here. I'm not saying it's good or bad. The big problem is that many people migrate without documentation, and this stimulates greater informality. This is a serious matter. And so I think that the issue of particularly sub-regional migration is something we need to bear in mind. And the third point that was the subject of quite a bit of commentary was the issue of access to credit. And you mentioned, Chair, that you were going to convene the large regional banks. I think those regional banks not only have to enlighten the process for themselves, but also for the other banking systems that are in the countries. Because access to credit, well, if there is to be sustainable development and that it really have labor inclusion, well, there must be such access to credit not only for survival, but also for the development and projection of enterprises, of firms. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Dr. Nicola Glioggio. Again, I apologize for the pronunciation of your name, sir. You have to pronounce it so I can hear it.
You have tried 3 different times to pronounce it in different ways.
Well, you know, Mr. Sinanan, who comes from the Caribbean, managed to mispronounce my own name. I'm not called Saunders, I'm called Sanders, but we all suffer these fates from time to time. But I apologize. I guarantee to you that before this meeting is over, I will be able to pronounce your name correctly.
Even in Spanish, it's very difficult to pronounce it. It's Gligo.
Anyway, you have the floor, sir.
Sí. A ver.
Okay. My comment is a very general one. Mexico, El Salvador, and Panama, all of them in their remarks somehow take account of the diversity of issues, of actors, the multiple fronts on which the countries are working on productive development. And in the face of this complex system, once again, well, this is the main point ECLAC was making, the importance of good coordination, of good governance, in order to be able to set priorities nationally and regionally. And once again, I believe that what CD and the OAS and other agencies, such as ECLAC itself, can do is to bolster this coordination regionally. At ECLAC, we work on 3 fronts. We generate knowledge, we disseminate knowledge from ECLAC, and also at the request of the countries, we generate spaces for conversation and exchange, politically and technically. And third area of work is that we provide technical assistance to countries or groups of countries. Therefore, in any of these areas on which there have been remarks, and having to do with the countries or the OAS or CD, we offer ECLAC support to continue giving impetus to these and supporting these initiatives.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm grateful for that. Any other panelists would like to say anything at this point? Dr. Sinanan, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Ambassador Sanders. Apologies for mispronouncing your name earlier, but as you said, it happens. I just wanted to make a couple of points on what you noted regarding regional integration, and I just wanted to say that I totally agree. The Caribbean region is too small for it to be fragmented. If we are to be competitive in a global environment, we have to approach it from a regional point of view. We have to look at things at regional capital markets, as you noted, regional stock exchanges, so that will allow for raising capital across borders. We have to look at, a regional investment code and a regional investment strategy. That way we can attract investors across the region with the same type of incentives, with the same type of laws and legislations, allow for the free movement of capital across the region. Because if an investor wants to come in and they want to invest in Barbados and in Trinidad and in Antigua and Barbuda, they have to be able to move their capital across borders fairly easily, certainly more efficient than they can at this point in time. We also have, from a business point of view, if we are to trade regionally, to make it efficient and easier, we have to look at harmonized customs tariffs. How can we make sure that products and services can move across borders in the region with certainty and understanding of what the tariffs are? I just wanted to put that out because while we have made significant strides in regional integration and free movement of labor and capital, there still is a lot of work to do that will ensure that the Caribbean region can, businesses in the region can trade more competitively and attract capital with greater efficiency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sutherland. And I can't say I disagree with one single word that you've just said. All of it is very important, and we in the Caribbean need to look at that more carefully than we have been doing, for the very reasons that came out here today about the need for capital, the need for productivity to increase, the need for investment, all of that that is successfully working to leave us behind. And if we are left behind because we neglect those things, we won't have anybody to blame but ourselves. So thank you very much. Now I go back to our member states and I offer the floor to Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. First of all, my delegation would like to thank you, as well as the panelists, for your contribution in today's discussion. Canada welcomes today's discussion on this important topic, which underscores the close relationship between investment and formalization, as the two are mutually reinforcing. Quality investment creates formal, productive jobs, while a larger formal economy gives investors the confidence and certainty needed to commit long-term capital. We believe the most decisive barrier to translating available capital into investment is regulatory and institutional predictability. Investors are looking less for incentives than for transparent rules, efficient permitting, sound institutions, and confidence that projects can move forward in a timely and predictable manner. Canada also recognizes that the challenge is often not solely the availability of capital, but this ability to mobilize investment at scale. Strong enabling environments, sound regulatory institutional frameworks, robust project preparation, and a pipeline of investment-ready projects are essential to attracting private capital. Efforts to strengthen project preparation and de-risk investments can help unlock financing, increase investor confidence, and translate investment commitments into tangible economic and development outcomes. Canada's experience also suggests that formalization is most successful when it is made simpler and more rewarding, rather than relying primarily on enforcement. Businesses are more likely to formalize when doing so provides clear benefits, including access to finance, training, public procurement opportunities, and social protection. An effective lever for encouraging formalization is creating clear economic incentives to participate in legal markets. For instance, in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector, the Canadian company Dynacor has demonstrated how access to transparent purchasing, traceable supply chains, and legitimate buyers can bring artisanal miners into the formal economy. By making formal participation economically attractive, this model helps to improve livelihoods, reduce reliance on illicit trading networks, and illustrates how responsible market access can drive formalization at scale. The challenges raised today also require regional solutions. Hemispheric cooperation can help improve the investment climate and accelerate formalization through regulatory cooperation, integrated digital government services, shared standards, trade facilitation, and stronger support for MSMEs participating in regional value chains. Canada's central message is straightforward. Strong institutions are the foundation of both investment and formalization. When governments provide predictable policy environments and make formal economic participation easier and more valuable, they create the conditions for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient economic growth across the Americas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Canada. Might I say the same thing to Canada that I said to El Salvador? Where there are examples within your country of successes that you've just described in some cases, it would be useful if that could be made available to the Secretariat in terms of what projects it is, why you consider it to be successful, what the methodology was used, and how you tested it, so that we can learn from it. It's very nice to hear about it, but it would be much more useful if we could learn from it. So if we could have that information registered here in CD, and we can create a bank of information that is available to all our member states, and for use as well in seminars and discussions that we will have, then that would be very useful. So thank you very much, Canada. And now I give the floor to Guatemala.
Buenas tardes a
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, the delegation from Guatemala is grateful for the calling of this meeting, and we congratulate the chair for a presentation of the work plan for the second half of 2026. We especially value that it is articulated around a specific question: what is needed to achieve business success in the Americas? For Guatemala, business success should not be understood only as the growth of firms or increased investment. It should be translated into integral development, generating formal and dignified employment, incorporation of aggregate value, and reaching all sectors of society. Accordingly, it should also be gauged by its contribution to more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable prosperity. We agree with the chair that certainty, capacity, and capital are three fundamental conditions for going forward in that direction. First of all, certainty requires clear and predictable regulatory frameworks, transparency, juridical security, and efficient administrative processes. The purpose should not be just to reduce red tape, but to establish rules that protect the public interest, and which at the same time provide confidence to those who wish to undertake investments and generate employment. The continuity and coherence of public policies are also essential for constructing long-term relations with the productive sector. Second, developing capacities means investing in individuals and in companies. This means strengthening education, technical training in skills demanded by the labor market, including digital skills. It also requires supporting the micro, small, and medium enterprises in their formalization processes, digital transformation, and incorporation of new technologies. In a context marked by the swift evolution of AI, we should undertake to be sure that innovation helps close gaps, increase productivity, and expand opportunities, especially for youth and those populations that face the greatest obstacles to access. Third, access to capital continues to pose one of the greatest challenges to entrepreneurship and business growth. It's necessary to promote inclusive financial instruments and to facilitate access to credit, particularly for SMSEs, as we've already heard. We should also strengthen innovation ecosystems through incubators, accelerators, and alliances between or among governments, the private sector, and academia. In this area, the development banks and cooperation agencies can play a decisive role, not only by providing financing, but also by providing technical assistance in supporting viable project proposals. These three pillars should be supplemented by greater regional integration, eliminating unnecessary barriers to trade, strengthening regional value chains, and modernizing the commercial infrastructure will make it possible for more firms, especially smaller ones, to gain access to the benefits of internationalization. At the same time, business growth should incorporate responsible practices in the environmental, social, and governance areas. Sustainability and resilience in the face of climate change are no longer accessory aspects. They are essential conditions for the permanence and competitiveness of investments and firms. Chair, none of these challenges can be tackled in an isolated manner. Therefore, Guatemala is of the view that CD can provide particular value as a space for policy dialogue, sharing experiences, and articulating cooperation initiatives. To that end, it will be important to transform the conversations in this second half of the year into measurable, concrete actions based on real approaches to support the member states in their productive sectors. Guatemala reiterates its willingness to participate actively in this collective effort with a long-term view, hemispheric cooperation, and public-private partnerships, balanced ones. Through all this, we can create better conditions for firms to grow, innovate, and generate opportunities, always placing persons and integral development at the center of our actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor now to Costa Rica and then Ecuador, and at that point I'll offer the floor to the panelists to respond to things that member states have said. So Costa Rica, you now have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Costa Rica would like to thank you for convening this dialogue and for promoting a methodology that accords priority to the sharing of ideas and the search for solutions to the development challenges. We share the assessment that's been presented, and we're grateful to the panelists for the valued presentations, which include elements that we agree with, such as the importance of education and of professional formalization, the need to establish clear frameworks of governments, the establishment of strategic partnerships, especially with the private sector, and giving impetus to international cooperation in its different modalities. We also recognize, as the panelists have said, the importance of working in a coordinated fashion so as to create conditions that favor inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development. To that end, hemispheric cooperation should be focused on those areas in which the inter-American system can provide value added, especially to strengthen capabilities and share knowledge and good practices. We also agree with the panelists, acknowledging that such efforts should answer to national priorities that have been identified by the member states themselves, such that the discussions in this council can translate into specific, measurable actions that are geared to achieving results. Finally, Chair, we acknowledge that the success of this council should be evaluated not only based on the number of meetings held or resulting documents, based on its capacity to generate specific cooperation as well as results and benefits that are tangible for persons. This dialogue is the starting point for a continuous process that strengthens coordination and the development pillar in this organization. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. And now I give the floor to Ecuador.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would also like to thank the panelists who have offered some very important aspects for us to consider and for our dialogue. We'd also like to congratulate the effort to change the format for these discussions. We think that that can provide us a great deal of value. First, I'd like to highlight something that several panelists said, which has to do with trust. The availability of capital, which does exist, but how investors are seeking clear rules, more solid institutions, and more predictable processes. We think that this is fundamental as one of the working issues in the Council and in the Secretariat. We've seen that hemispheric cooperation works, as does bilateral cooperation on this issue. I'd like to make special mention, for example, of an initiative which is the Commercial Law Development Program, CLDP, which is managed by the Department of Commerce of the United States. This is a program that Ecuador and other countries have benefited from. And it shows that technical assistance and institutional strengthening are specific tools for improving this investment climate. They are programs that help countries modernize their regulatory framework, strengthen their institutions, and also generate greater trust for investors. It is precisely this type of cooperation that we should turn to. It can be determinant both for the availability of capital and for converting potential investment opportunities into reality. This is an example of how these initiatives, which are bilateral initially, could reach a multilateral spectrum in our hemisphere if we know how to bring them forward. And we also agree that the follow up with the current mechanisms, as the Secretary has mentioned, is fundamental. But we should also include other mechanisms that are fundamental so as to better coordinate best practices among all countries, making it possible to achieve these specific results. And here comes the question that I would like to put to the panelists. And it is, in particular, from your institutions, from your area of work, and this was mentioned by the panelist from ECLAC, what type of initiatives or what practical, pragmatic idea do you think that a program such as this, which we've mentioned, can become part of the repertoire of programs that are handled in the Secretariat? And now I will jump to the second question on SMSCs. As the Ambassador of El Salvador mentioned, the Inter-American Dialogue of Authorities on SMSCs already has a work plan. How are we going forward on that work plan? And how can we structure what we're doing in this council to bring it to this dialogue? There's also an information center on MSMEs in the OAS. We see that there are monthly bulletins or newsletters that come from the center, that news comes from the different countries. But how are we transmitting that information among ourselves? How are we sharing these good practices beyond a portal that we might access occasionally? Thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica, and I thank you for the last part of your presentation, most particularly. And when you and El Salvador are finished talking to each other, I'll tell you what I'm saying. Okay. Here's what I'd want to say to you. I recognize, as you do, the fact that there is not enough within the General Secretariat itself. Enough discussion, enough cross-fertilization, enough discussion as to how the work of each of these secretariats can interlock with each other, where they intersect with one another. And I've already asked the executive director of CITI to organize, and we tried to do it this week, in fact, but time just didn't permit it in order to organize it properly. But I've asked them to organize a meeting of all of the secretaries, the heads of each of the secretariats, to sit down, to look at each other's programs, and to see where we can cooperate with each other in the things that are being done. So that A, there is no unnecessary duplication, but two, so that we can learn from what experiences other people have gathered and from what we have gathered, and can contribute to the work of the General Secretariat as a whole. So I am mindful of that. And I'm mindful of it from this standpoint. I said from the very beginning that each of the pillars of this organization is important. Security, democracy, human rights, and development. But I know, coming from where I come from, and that without development, there will be no human rights, and there will be no democracy, and security will always be at risk. And that is why that is the cross-cutting thing that should go across, the factor that should go across everything that we do. And that is why I want to encourage the discussion that you're talking about, so that we take advantage of the work of each of these secretariats and try to deliver it in a holistic way. But it will call for less silos in the OAS General Secretariat and more cooperation. Less silos, more cooperation. And each one of the secretariats has to see itself as part of an integral whole, not something operating by itself. And certainly, while I'm sitting in this chair, I will not be happy if SETI is seen as a silo. That I do not want to see happen. So please be assured that that question is already being tackled, and the Executive Director and the Secretary of the Council have it on their agenda to arrange that meeting in early September. Okay? So thank you very much. And now I will give the floor to the panelists if somebody would indicate to me who wants to go first. All right, anybody? Shall I pick you? I've worked out this technique of what to do about the unpronounceable surname, for some of us, of Niccolo. I will just call him Niccolo. Niccolo, I volunteer you to respond.
No,
I don't have a very distinct comment. I think that in one way or another, the latest remarks highlight once again the complexity of this approach. Once again, multiple actors, multiple issue areas, different types of firms, value chains, sectors. Therefore, for me, the message continues to be the same as when I last spoke. We need to improve our governance systems. We need to improve our institutions, define priorities, and we need to do so in each of the countries. But more complex and possibly more important, it would be doing so regionally. It's a major challenge that institutions such as CD face.
Thank you. Dr. Rioja, would you like to make a comment? Please go ahead.
Very briefly, Chair, thank you. You began this dialogue before our remarks with an integrating vision. And I think that one must look at the process of regional integration, which is necessary in light of movements of capital for investment, in light of the credit institutions or lending institutions, and because of the question of labor and human relations, looking at informality, migration, anomie because of lack of certainty, or the need to simplify regulations. I think that one needs to try to land in a discussion more on what can be done in common with a view to those objectives, because otherwise it might be wishful thinking, but what one really needs to look at is if we truly want to have effective integration of the Americas, and we do as business persons, in addition, we recognize the phenomena from the standpoint of capital movements as well as from the standpoint of the role of markets in this world. Well, we need to have better coordination around concrete objectives, concrete and common objectives, or shared objectives. That would be my final thought today in today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Sindanan, I didn't see you put your hand up, so I assume you want to wait to the end before you make any further comments. Good. All right. Well, then I will now return to the contributions from member states and give the floor to our good and distinguished alternate representative from Brazil.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your chairmanship. As you know, the United States is going to work very closely with you, hopefully, in this next semester. One thing that we want to put on the table and have been emphasizing for some months now is the Inter-American Business Charter that we would like to...
excuse me. I did offer the floor to Brazil, who is the next country on the list. So if you don't mind, could we just go back to the list as we had it going? And I see the United States was the last to ask for the floor. So you will speak, sir, after Jamaica. So thank you very much.
Pardon me, sir, pardon me.
Yeah. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the specialists who have spoken today. The analyses they've presented are very rich and coincide with a number of evaluations that Brazil also has to share. As has been expressed by, or just as others who've spoken before me have shared evaluations that are very similar to our own. Even so, I will share Brazil's position and Brazil's experience regarding, first of all, the first question, what would be the bottleneck regulatory, financial, or institutional, and exactly how the evaluators said that in their presentations before I've taken the floor, and many of the other delegations have said so as well. Brazil believes that the challenge cannot be reduced to a single bottleneck, be it regulatory, financial, or institutional, because, as was said, there are a series of issues involved for bolstering or rendering viable a business success and integral development in our region. No doubt, business success depends above anything else. Well, any businessman is going to look at whether there's a stable, foreseeable environment backed by solid institutions. Absolutely all have said that today. And Brazil agrees and seeks to work in this, mindful of it all. But we must be take into account that we have a dynamic market, robust projects, innovation, governance. And one of the interesting issues that I heard mentioned today, and which differs a bit from our evaluation, maybe Brazil is less refractory when it comes to innovation. It has been placing a lot of emphasis, as many specialists have said, seeking to prioritize that pillar, that is to say, the pillar of innovation, in its strategy for growth. We believe that innovation, yes, nowadays it's tied to productivity, to rendering businesses viable. It's also tied to internationalization and also improving the quality of work. So we always see innovation. It's hazardous to think that innovation is always an enemy of work, and this is a key that Brazil has turned, because we need to guarantee that the jobs that are being taken over by innovation make it possible for us to have qualified labor to do more interesting things and to make use and train the labor pool for such innovation, for that technology. So I think that's a small difference with respect to what's been said earlier. Something else that where Brazil is investing quite a bit beyond innovation is social inclusion. And social inclusion is not just a question of social justice, and that without integral development, without social development, we won't have the other pillars of our organization, as our chair has said quite rightfully so. But there's no way to have that market either if you don't have consumers for it. So we're talking from the perspective of a large country, which is obviously a different reality than that of smaller countries. We need to take a look at that quite a bit, look out for that as a country with a population of 200 million. So social inclusion is vital as a question of social justice, but also as a question of rendering viable business success. And something else which I found quite interesting in the presentations was not thinking of business success as just the success of the industry. I'm very pleased with what one of the specialists said in this regard today. When we talk about business, we're talking about agriculture. There's agricultural businesses, services businesses, and in the industrial area as well. And each sector mentioned by the specialists is different. Each sector will have to adjust itself in order for there to be a viable integral solution. Now, from the perspective of integration, which is what we can do here as OAS in this regard, our experience, at least our national experience, was that it's very important to connect everyone. Programs, to cite one example, such as the diplomacy of innovation in Brazil, has showed that governments can work with network facilitators, national and international, on innovation, approaching universities, startups, firms, research centers, investors, developers. And that can be something that we can seek out regionally. We can seek out through this forum and through this organization. One example that we saw close up in Brazil, which tangentially ties into this, in our experience, is precisely the America's Competitiveness Exchange, which unfolded in Brazil this year. There, we saw representatives of 15 countries come together. More than 24 MOUs were signed between public and private institutions, and there was direct contact, that is to say, we, the governments, making it feasible for this network to happen and for those contacts to happen. So that is one path that Brazil sees could be applicable regionally. Another experience we had in respect of internationalization was Mercosur, which led Brazilian businesses to turn inward. The regional experience, regional initiatives often teach our business persons rather to take an international leap, not turn inward. Finally, the informality of small and medium businesses. Well, we've also invested a great deal in formalizing them in innovation. We believe that digital transformation among both governments and firms and the expansion to public policies is one effective way to formalize workers and MSMEs. One example of our experience was precisely regional innovation networks supported by that articulation of universities, firms, governments, institutions. This brought training, access to technology, greater connections with the productive private sector for the MSMEs. We believe that in our space here, we could attempt at a hemispheric scale to share the experiences we've had when it comes to creating such networks and try to create a network that is not only national. For Brazil itself is practically a continent with so many different regions, different priorities. So we want to be able to share the experience we've had in this regard and see it play out hemisphere-wide. So this is what I'm able to share right now, and maybe informally or in writing we can share more things. We'd be pleased to do so later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And now I give the floor to Chile.
Gracias. Thank you very much, Chair. First, I would like to apologize in the outset for being so frank, but I think I need to do so because you have held to your promise of allowing us to speak frankly and from a zone of comfort. I wanted to state that most of us here are very clear. We've made an analysis as to where we want to go. There are difficulties in terms of the multiple actors, factors, realities, the different capabilities that each of our countries in the region have. As Mr. Giglo stated, I think I'm pronouncing that properly, but I think we all know we want to reach a certain level of regional integration in terms of our value chains, our supply chains, and I think that we're quite clear on some of the needs that exist. Many of the panelists, many of the delegates have spoken of legal certainty, integration, innovation, and how AI is coming into the picture. I think we're all clear on this, at least to a certain extent. So the question is, how, based on that diagnostic analysis, do we reach our objective, our target, hypothetically speaking? And I would like to echo what our colleague from Ecuador stated, that we have to take a pragmatic approach. In the informal meeting we held, we talked about the fact that this reality that exists as a region, and that every country has different capabilities and levels. It's very difficult for us to today reach regional advancements. Maybe tomorrow, yes, but how are we going to be pragmatic in view of the reality? I think it's a great idea to have a database of success cases or successful practices. However, I think there is risk, and I apologize to everyone here for speaking so frankly, but once again, we're going to fall into a situation like CooperaNet, where we have a platform, and I bring this up today because yesterday I met with a firm, and they were talking about the fact that supply and demand is published on this platform in terms of what's needed, but they don't cross. Many times we don't even look at the page. So institutions or the missions or our ministries who are in charge of this don't go to that page. They don't know what's on offer. They don't know what the demand is. So they don't go visit this. So how do we make that happen? How do we bring them together? So I think it's a great idea that we work to not repeat some of the efforts of the past. I congratulate you on the change in format, on this effort, but we have to change our mindset, because otherwise we're going to fall back into just into just reading speeches, and as Mr. De Rioja said, wishful thinking. Thank you.
Congratulate you on that presentation. It's good to hear Frank talk, and good to hear the problems really identified. You're perfectly right, of course, that even within delegations in this organization, I know things are sent, websites exist, and they don't read them. So that's a reality of the situation. How do we solve it? Well, I think one of the ways in which we have to solve it is you will have to get accustomed to the idea that the CD Secretariat will be sending you this information directly to your mailboxes. If you do not read it, there's no excuse for having not read it, because you don't have to go for it. We'll be sending it to you. And I recognize that that is the case. Look, I wear 5 hats, 5. I can't read all of my email in one blow. I've got to spread it out. You know how many WhatsApp messages I've had since I've been here? 26. And I have no idea what they are, but I'm sure, because 5 of them were from my Prime Minister, that at least 5 of them are important. So it's difficult. Time is done. So we have to devise some way by which we get the information to you and say, important, urgent, read this, some way in which we can get you to focus on it. But I don't want it to be a situation in which you will blame the Secretariat for not providing the information. I want you to be in a position in which you blame yourselves for not having read it, because we will make it available to you. These 2 ladies have given me their word on that, and I trust them entirely to do it. Okay? So, but thank you very much. I greatly valued what you had to say, sir. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for taking this practical approach. And thank you to the panelists. And in the presentations, I think where now that I'm speaking, I'm practically going to be saying the same thing that those who spoke before me have, but I think it's important to underscore the fact that we agree that one of the ways in which we can tackle this challenge and turn capital into investments is coordinating academia, the public and private sectors, and civil society. The OAS already has mechanisms in place, as Ambassador Florentine stated. Our colleague from Brazil also stated is we have ELES, which is this exchange program for competitiveness in the Americas. And we believe that, and I'm sure there are other mechanisms and programs and tools of the OAS that help us to come up with a specific catalog of activities. And this was what Colombia proposed during the informal meeting. Just going back to what Dr. Glico was saying, that there are national capacities, and maybe ECLAC can look at what's quantifiable and help us to take specific actions. Colombia from Elise Barranquilla, it will be held in late September of this year. So thank you once again. And I think all of these conversations and dialogues over the coming months will help us to come up with a work plan that is truly implementable.
Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Jamaica, and then before Paraguay, the United States did ask for the floor, unless the United States no longer wishes to speak. But I'm not giving you the floor yet. I'm just saying, are you still on the list, sir? Yes, so it will be Jamaica, the United States, and then Paraguay, in that order. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished Chair, representatives of member states, panelists, presenters. The delegation of Jamaica is pleased to participate in this very timely discussion as we seek to share experiences towards achieving economic growth and development. We'd like to once again congratulate you, Mr. Chair, on your assumption of this very important role, and you can count on our support. We'd also like to commend the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development for convening this important exchange on the draft work plan of the Council for the period July to December 2026, which provides member states with an opportunity to learn from one another's successes and challenges and to set the stage for our work agenda ahead. Please allow me to also express appreciation for the presenters that preceded us and the panelists for their very insightful inputs. Mr. Chair, economic growth is not an end in itself. Rather, it is the foundation upon which we build prosperity, reduce poverty, create opportunities, and improve the quality of life of our citizens. For small island developing states such as Jamaica, achieving sustained growth requires resilience, innovation, sound governance, and strategic partnerships, as we have here today. Over the past several years, Jamaica has pursued a deliberate and comprehensive program of economic transformation that has yielded some measurable results. At the heart of our strategies has been a commitment to maintaining macroeconomic stability. Through prudent fiscal management, responsible debt reduction, disciplined monetary policy, and strong institutional reforms aimed at significantly strengthening investor confidence and created an enabling environment for private sector growth. Equally important has been our focus on improving the ease of business. Our governments must undertake reforms to streamline public services, digitize government processes, strengthen public financial management, and create a more business-friendly regulatory environment and strength. These reforms have enhanced efficiency while encouraging entrepreneurship and investment. The region must continue to recognize that infrastructure is a critical driver of productivity. As we continue to invest in modern transportation networks, creating logistical hubs and airline connectivity, energy and digital infrastructure security and crime reduction are critical to the process. The expansion of broadband connectivity and digital government services has also opened new opportunities for innovation, education, and commerce, particularly among our youth and small businesses. All of us here today understand the importance of tourism as a cornerstone to this hemisphere's economies. But our approach must evolve beyond increasing visitor arrivals. We must deliberate in seeking to strengthen linkages between tourism and our productive sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, entertainment, and the creative industries, ensuring that benefits of tourism are more broadly distributed across our economies and do not simply leave our hemisphere. For instance, the government of Jamaica has prioritized the development of business process outsourcing BPO sector, logistics, agriculture, and renewable energy, and the digital economy as important pillars for economic diversification. These sectors have created employment opportunities, particularly for young people, while enhancing competitiveness in global marketplace. We have already said it, and I'm going to repeat that human capital development remains central to our growth strategy. Through investment in education, skills training, digital literacy, and workforce development, we must seek to equip our citizens with the competencies needed to succeed in an increasingly knowledge-based and technology-driven global economy. We recognize also that growth must be inclusive. Accordingly, our policies seek to empower women, youth, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Rural communities must be incorporated, and other vulnerable groups, ensuring that growth benefits in all segments of society leaves no one behind. It's no point in having economic growth which is not transferred to the development of our societies. As small and developing states, we are most vulnerable to climate change and natural disasters. Our region must move from talk into action, understanding that resilience and economic growth are inseparable. We must therefore continue to mainstream climate resilience into national planning, expand renewable energy investments, strengthen disaster risk management, and pursue green economic opportunities that support our development. Mr. Chair, Jamaica's experience demonstrates that sustained economic growth is achieved not only through isolated policies, but through integrated long-term strategies built on fiscal responsibility, institutional strength, innovation, investment in people, and resilience. However, no country can succeed alone. There must be continued integration across our hemisphere. Most importantly, there must be political will, accountability, and transparency. The OAS, through the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, therefore has an important role to continue to play in facilitating technical cooperation, knowledge sharing, capacity building, and partnerships that enable member states to adapt successful practices to their own national circumstances that will transcend across the hemisphere. As we move forward, we remain committed to sharing our experiences while learning from the innovative approaches of fellow member states. Together, we can build more resilient, inclusive, competitive, and prosperous economies throughout the hemisphere and the Americas. Mr. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. And now I give the floor to the United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. I rescind the request to speak. Obviously, I'm very confused, but thank you, sir.
Paraguay, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I too would like to thank Chile for your very frank words, and I fully support and second those words. It's important to have informal conversations, dialogues that are very direct amongst one another. I think that's what will help us to achieve specific and concrete results. Just looking at the time, I plan to be very brief. I wanted to share an experience that we had that that put us on a very positive path to development. We started to implement fiscal reforms, and this has created an environment of stability that has provided confidence and trust to the private sector. This is more than 20 years that we have been recording positive economic growth. We have fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. We have low tax rates for international businesses and local businesses, and also the maquila industry, which have been very successful in Paraguay. I understand that Mexico has had positive experiences with the entire maquila industry. This has made us part of a production chain in the region, which brings national and international investors. We've saying, and I repeat what our previous minister always said, we want to be part of Brazil's value chain. This helps to contribute to regional development and also the development of our own countries. I think it would be very interesting to discuss how the economic growth that we have experienced over the past 20 years have reached down to the lowest levels in our society. And study the trickle-down effect. We're very aware of the need to strengthen institutions. It would be very interesting to see what the experiences in some of our other countries in the region have had. I also think it's important to note the importance of fostering science and technology and the advancement in the private sector and also in academia and universities. These are important factors that we can push for here. It would be very important to hear from you, Mr. Chairman, how exactly we can share these experiences we've had.
Thank you very much, Paraguay. Well, of course, sharing our experiences is the most important part of our work going forward, and not restricted just to what we spoke about here today, but some of the elements that I had outlined in the work plan over the next few months. We have really to move away from formal statements and repetitions of things we all know, and start to think creatively about how we can work together. Now, I understand these formal meetings are important and statements have to be read, which is why over the next few months you will see more informal meetings, because that is where we can speak freely, and that is where I think our most constructive conversations will come. And out of those informal discussions, I hope ideas will come that we can put formally to a meeting like this. Not for any further discussion, because we would have discussed it, but for how we can implement what we do with the imprimatur of the Council. Because the informal meetings cannot reach conclusions. They can make suggestions, they can reach a level of consensus, but it is this Council that must make the agreement and make the decision that we go forward. So I think that's how we'll have to approach it. And as I said, I don't want anything to be closed. Every idea at this juncture of our existence is an idea worth considering. So I will encourage that continued discussion. And with the help of experts such as the panelists we have today, we will be mindful of not falling into what one of them, I think it was Niccolo, described as traps. We will have to avoid those traps as best we can, or if not, to prepare for them. Now, at this point, I'd like to offer the floor to the panelists for any responses they may have to the remarks made by member states over the last hour or so. The floor is open to the panelists. Anybody wants to go first? Nicolo, your hand is up. Sorry, I didn't see it.
Sí.
Nicolo Gligo, speaking here.
Ms. Gligo. Is
Good.
that acceptable?
Excellent.
Good. Great. I told you by the end of this meeting I'd have it mastered. But thanks very much for your patience.
A ver,
I just wanted to note that the region is not starting from scratch. There are many experiences and countries that are very rich, and it would be very, very interesting to share those. For example, new industries in Brazil, the program of sustainable productivity in Chile, the national policy on reindustrialization in Colombia, Plan Mexico, the national policy on in industrial development in Peru. These are, in some cases, recent developments, but they've been underway for a few years. They're already showing initial results, and they could help feed into the development of national policies, and it would be interesting to share those.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor now to Dr. De Rioja and then to Mr. Sinanan.
I have no comments, but my only comment at the end is to say that I think that it's very important to exchange concrete examples of these developments in order to coordinate the objectives of the meeting regarding enterprise creation and job creation. That's, I think that if you study the examples, there are many at the European level or the Australia or New Zealand, etc. But we do not have something concrete with the steps and the results. And I think that it could be very useful for you to have it, and not just a declaration, but the steps that you need to cover in order to do so. It could be very fruitful in order to have a much broader approach that could be useful for all the Americas. Thank you.
That is an excellent suggestion, sir, and please be assured we'll take it on board here. Dr. Sinanan, I give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to concur with my colleagues who spoke previously about the roadmap and best practices that can really provide an avenue towards greater economic development and greater private sector development in the region. I just wanted to add one caveat that we cannot take a one-size-fits-all approach. Unfortunately, many times we try to look at Latin America and the Caribbean as a monolith and try to apply one-size-fits-all approach to all territories, not recognizing that many countries, even in the Caribbean region, for example, are at different levels of development and have different levels of capacity to absorb financing, to absorb policies, to absorb strategies. We have to be able to tailor what strategies we do to the economic and social realities of the member states that we are working in. And I just wanted to add that caveat because many times I see we try to apply a one-size-fits-all approach and unfortunately it doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sinanan, for that sober reminder that the one-size shoe does not fit all. But I think we are mindful of that. But even within the differences of scale that may exist that do exist in our societies, there is still common difficulties. There are shared problems. And I think it is on that we have to focus first. What is the broader picture? What is the thing we can all do together before we break it down to what individual states need? I don't think myself that we will ever be in a position in which we will be able to address every single country's individual needs, except that in a place like SEDI, we can have technical expertise upon which those states can draw for the wider picture, which we may paint as a common solution to some of these difficulties. You know, there are fundamental problems we have. You talked, I think, about transportation, Dr. Sidanan, as being a challenge for the Caribbean. Well, you know, it's a challenge for Latin America too. It's a challenge for Central America. It's not just restricted to the Caribbean. But here it is, we are a hemisphere, probably the richest hemisphere in the world in terms of human resources and natural resources. And yet, we don't trade with ourselves. We don't invest in our own communities. We don't collaborate in research or science. We do it with other people, not with ourselves. Now, for me, that's the biggest waste of what we have. And the greatest pointer to the potential that we have that we are not making use of. Right now, in the Caribbean, for instance, and you know this as well as I do, and I'm sure it is so in other parts of the world, in our part of the world, all the trade routes go to one place, Miami, from which we purchase everything almost 80% of what we import. And why do we do that? Because there are no transportation links elsewhere. Recently, and this is an experiment that I think needs to be looked at in terms of transportation, both of people and goods. Panama has opened up its airline, Copa, to fly into the Caribbean. I don't think Copa flies with any plane that's empty into the Caribbean, either coming or going. That demonstrates that there's an appetite for that travel and for those goods. The Dominican Republic has stepped out of the crease of not just concentrating its investments and its work plan as a nation only in Central America or Latin America. It's moved now into Guyana with 2 huge projects from which the Dominican Republic will benefit from the expertise and the talent it's bringing to those projects. But Guyana will benefit too from the fact that the infrastructure will be built. Now, those are 2 models for me upon which we should look at to say, if they were able to do it, why are we not able to do it as well? We need shipping links that go to other parts of the world, other parts of our world. We need to see how we can make use of the Panama Canal. And Panama itself as a significant port for goods that we buy. There's no trade between Central America and the Caribbean of any significance. And yet, they are both markets. So these are things I think we need to start looking at. So when we break all of this down as we go forward, the transportation, the people who do ports and transportation have to start to relate their work to other things, like business development. You know, it is no point having the business development without the transportation. And how do we achieve that? Who is going to invest in the ships? Or ship? Who's going to do that? What exists already that is underutilized? Who's done the analysis? Who's done the examination? Where's the study? All of these things are things that within CD and SEDI and the committees that we have that are already in operation, I think we have to change the agenda, maybe to broaden it, maybe to make people look wider than they have in the past. But I know we are at a time in the world when innovation is absolutely necessary for us to beat the challenges we've faced. And incidentally, in all that we have said today, nobody has mentioned climate change. Nobody has mentioned what climate change does to production in Central America. Nobody has mentioned what climate change is doing to migration. But all of these are issues that we will have to face in time. I want to thank you, the panelists, for joining us today. We've learned a great deal from you. Thank you very much. And I want to thank all of the member states who have contributed to this discussion and others who have listened patiently, but I think with great interest. It's been very enjoyable. And again, I want to thank the panelists. Before I close this session, I just want to say that I will not attempt to impose any predetermined conclusions on this discussion. Instead, I will ask the Secretariat to assist me in preparing a concise chair summary of today's dialogue. They've got the notes. They can do it more than I would be able to do it in a spontaneous manner. We will identify the principal issues, the examples, and the possible areas for cooperation, and the new areas in which we can move the work that we are doing. That chair's record will be circulated to all member states so that it is available. As a chair's record, it will not be a negotiated position or binding document, and it will not constitute any formal conclusions of member states. It will, however, provide a useful point of departure for the sessions that will follow and for further consideration by CD and SETI within their respective mandates. On behalf of the Council, I once again express our sincere appreciation to Dr. De Rioja, Dr. Sinanan, Dr. Gligo, and Ambassador Valois for the presentations that they've made to us today. Thank you all very much. And I release the panels. Thank you very much for participating with us. Thank you. Now, if I may, I'd like to turn to item 4 of the agenda. This is the ordinary work of CD, of this meeting. And we turn to the installation of the permanent committees of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. Under Article 9 of the Rules of Procedure, the chair of CD is responsible for installing the committees of the Council. Article 55 establishes the following 3 permanent committees. A, the Committee on Partnership and Development Policies. B, the Committee on Program Budget and Evaluation. And C, the Committee on Migration Issues. The functions of these committees are set out in Articles 56, 57, and 58 of the Rules of Procedure. Under Article 56, the Committee on Partnership for Development Policies is responsible for helping shape and oversee the Council's strategic and cooperation agenda. Its functions include preparing draft strategic plans and inter-American programs at the request of CD, monitoring their substantive implementation, promoting coherence between cooperation policies and the activities undertaken by SETI and other areas of the General Secretariat, preparing the annual calendar of meetings held within the framework of CD, and reviewing relevant work plans, progress reports, and reports of the Inter-American Agency for Cooperation and Development. I consider this committee to be extremely important and its work to be very valuable to the work of CD as a whole. Under Article 57, the Committee on Program Budget and Evaluation is responsible for examining the financial and programmatic dimensions of Partnership for Development activities. Its functions include reviewing budget execution and monitoring results, impact, and sustainability, identifying possible arrangements, procedures, and sources of financing for programs approved by member states, and making recommendations to CD on matters in the organization's program budget related to Partnership for Development. Under Article 58, the Committee on Migration Issues serves as the organization's principal forum on migration. Its mandate is to promote a comprehensive, balanced, technical, and gender-responsive approach to migration, facilitate dialogue, cooperation, and the exchange of experiences and good practices, implement and monitor migration mandates entrusted to it by the General Assembly or CD, and strengthen coordination with international organizations and sub-regional consultative processes working in this field. These committees should not become additional forums in which development challenges are merely described. Instead, they should serve as working instruments of the Council, helping member states to shape policy
to examine implementation and resources, and to translate mandates into practical cooperation. Accordingly, pursuant to Article 9 and Articles 55 through 58 of the Rules of Procedure, I hereby declare installed the Committee on Partnership for Development Policies, the Committee on Program Budget and Evaluation, and the Committee on Migration Issues. Item 5. The election of the chairperson of the Committee on Partnership for Development Policies. Article 59 of the Rules of Procedure provides that the chairs of the permanent committees shall be elected each year at the first regular meeting of CD following the regular session of the OAS General Assembly. They shall remain in office for 1 year or until their successors are elected. I want to tell you that I regard that as important. 6 months is not enough time to get a job done. Sitting here, I know that the 6 months I have is fine, but it is not long enough to put a program through. So I am pleased that in this case, the chairmanship of this committee is for a year, because it will need that time in order to fulfill the mandate. Article 60 establishes the procedure governing nominations and elections. In particular, paragraph A provides that candidates may be nominated in writing in advance of this meeting, or orally or in writing during the meeting. Now, pursuant to that provision, the Permanent Mission of Paraguay formally submitted in writing the candidacy of Mr. Ignacio Cazaña Portilla, First Secretary and alternate representative of Paraguay, for the chairmanship of the Committee on Partnership for Development Policies. The nomination is contained in document CD/INF.725/26. Now, I open the floor for the nomination and seconding of this position. And El Salvador has the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of El Salvador is honored to nominate Mr. Ignacio Cazaña Portilla, who is the first Secretary and Alternative Representative of Paraguay, to serve as Chair of the Committee on Partnership for Development for CD 2026-2027. Alternative Representative Cazaña has a solid professional formation as an attorney and notary, masters in international law, commerce, and arbitration. He also has several publications and has also done research on diplomacy and academia. He's been a career diplomat since 2012. He has a distinguished trajectory working within his foreign ministry in public diplomacy, consular diplomacy, and cooperation, among other areas. In view of all the foregoing, the delegation of El Salvador is convinced that the credentials and experience of Mr. Cazaña will contribute to carrying out the objectives of the Committee on Partnership for Development, facilitating dialogue, negotiations, and sharing of experiences so as to favor solidarity and to strengthen cooperation in the region in the framework of this council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, El Salvador. Now I give the floor to St. Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the delegation of St. Lucia is pleased to second the nomination of Mr. Ignacio Cazaña Portilla, first Secretary and alternate delegate of the delegation of Paraguay, as chairperson of the Committee on Partnerships for Development Policies. We are confident that Mr. Cazaña Portilla will provide capable leadership in advancing the work of the committee and respectfully request that his nomination be approved by acclamation.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia. There being acclamation, which is what I just took that round of applause to mean, Mr. Ignacio Cazaña Portilla is hereby elected by acclamation as chairperson of the Committee on Partnership for Development. In accordance with Article 59, he should remain in office for 1 year or until his successor is elected.
I congratulate Mr. Kazania Potelia, the distinguished delegation of Paraguay. The committee has an important responsibility to help ensure that the Council's development mandates are translated into coherent policies, focused priorities, and practical cooperation. I am confident that it will benefit from Mr. Kazania Potelia's leadership. Article 60D provides that each permanent committee shall elect one or more vice chairs as it considers appropriate. Paragraph E further provides that this election should take place, if possible, at the committee's first meeting. I therefore invite the newly elected chairperson to convene the committee at the earliest practical opportunity so that it may elect its vice chair or vice chairs and organize its work. We now turn to item 6 under the CD sectoral ministerial process cycle, the 11th regular meeting of the Inter-American Committee on Science and Technology. Science, technology, and innovation are integral to development. They affect productivity, education, and workforce capacity, digital infrastructure, the competitiveness of enterprise, and the ability of our economies to use artificial intelligence or automation in ways that serve the public purpose. The draft resolution concerning the 11th regular meeting has been distributed as document CD/doc 490/26. I now invite Mr. Cesar Parga, the Chief of Section of Competitiveness, Innovation, and Technology in the Department of Economic Development, to introduce the draft resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the opportunity to be before this committee today. We'll refer to the draft resolution in document CD, document 490/26, as you indicated. And first, we have a presentation, but we know that time is of essence at this moment of the date, so we'll share this presentation with delegations. It has a summary of the background, results, and some of the elements of the convocation of the meeting, just to illustrate the cycle of the ministerial process in science and technology. Member states are completing steps 14 and 15, and will, by convening this meeting of the COMSIT, the 11th meeting of the COMSIT, coming up in October 15 and 16, we'd restart the clock on the ministerial process. So for the process itself, just reminding that the objective established in December 2024 was to work on an agenda for the development, deployment of AI and governance of AI for the Americas. There's collaboration among member states on development and good practices on AI frameworks, the dialogue with the private sector and strategic partners in very concrete spaces, as well as developing technical competencies and capacity building on AI for government officials and policymakers, for AI literacy in general, as well as developing skills at different levels, expertise, and general awareness of AI. This effort has been carried out to working groups, and we won't go into all the details, but just to thank all the member states that have collaborated with over 25 good practices and participation in some of the training and certification activities. Participants from member states and their AI authorities, as well as private sector and other leaders from research centers have been providing information, as well as there are documents that are being prepared right now and will be shared with member states on good practices for AI's prosperity, levels of adoption, enablers, policies, and pathways, as well as for deployment of AI in subnational governments. Some of the other activities that have been implemented and that provide guidance for the convocation of this meeting are the capacity building implemented that have been reaching up to 100 senior officials from 19 countries that have been trained and certified on AI fundamentals, and an upcoming program in English. These were the Spanish version, and there will be an English version. But the important thing is to recognize the effort of member states that have been providing this commitment to participate and develop this expertise. This project has been implemented with the support of the government of the United States. In terms of the objectives of the meeting, and this is the important part to share with you, the 11th meeting of the COMCIT will focus on a few objectives related to the guidelines of the ministerial cycle of the OAS. One is to evaluate progress on the implementation of mandates and commitments so far in the months that have been part of this process, as well as compiling inputs and different collaborations across the science and technology spectrum, including elements that other international organizations, private sector, civil society can provide. And these elements, based on the good practices and expertise that member states can advance, will provide inputs and guidance to the Secretariat for drafting a white paper, which is a next step for the process as well. And there's an opportunity to provide comments from member states on what needs to be considered for the priorities that were part of the work plan that's under implementation. Finally, the other objective of the meeting is to receive formal announcements and interest for hosting the next meeting, which is scheduled for the end of 2027. We would like to recognize the chairmanship of the governor of Peru and the vice chairs of Costa Rica and Honduras, who have been guiding the work of the COMCIT and the working groups. Finally, some of the topics for consideration that will be shared with member states. This is a result of the exchange of ideas and good practices that were identified by member states in the ministerial declaration and the action plan adopted in 2024, as well as the 8 meetings of the working groups that have been developed so far. The topics for member states' consideration are artificial intelligence for prosperity in the Americas, the enabling factors for the deployment and trusted adoption of artificial intelligence in the region, and AI literacy and skills development. I think this has been mentioned a few times today, as well as the strategic sectors and value chains for innovation, entrepreneurship, and digital trade. The institutional and policy frameworks for AI. I think countries have been very generous in sharing what they're doing and how they're doing this in terms of institutions, and also guidelines to work with the private sector, but also engage different sectors of the economy and the institutions across government at the national level and subnational level. The other elements there in the list are the research and development and the role of the Centers of Excellence of the OAS on transformative technologies, the challenges and opportunities for the adoption and use of AI tools for governments, and the role of the private sector in the development and deployment of AI in the Americas. So that's the information, Chair. We will share the document with all delegations, and we are available from the Secretariat with our Director, Barbara Kochvar, and my colleague Ariane Quintal and Cristina Recci, part of the team that puts together this effort across the Secretariat. So thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity again.
I thank the Secretariat for that presentation. I now open the floor for observations on the draft resolution contained in the document CD/Doc 490/26. Well, I see no observations or objections, so the draft resolution contained in document CD/Doc 490/26 is approved. Now, the Council looks forward to the successful preparation of the 11th regular meeting and to results that connect science, technology, and innovation more directly to the development priorities of member states. Now, I know it's been a long morning, and we have now come to item 7, other business, and I invite any delegation that has any important matter that it wishes to bring to the attention of Council to indicate its wish now. Well, I assume that everybody like me would like to leave this room for many reasons, so I thank you all for that. Look, distinguished colleagues, today we have adopted a framework for the work of this Council during the semester ahead. We've also heard directly from those who confront the practical obstacles to investment, enterprise, development, and decent employment. But the importance of this meeting will not be determined by just what we have said here today, though what we have said here today is important. It will be determined by what we do as follow-up, and I think all of you have spoken to that. We want to see practical results. We want to see movement, not just talk. Development is not an abstract subject, we know that. It's a young person acquiring the skills to earn a decent living. It's a small enterprise gaining access to finance and markets. It's a community that's better able to withstand a natural disaster. It's a country, regardless of its size, having a fair opportunity to convert its resources and the abilities of its people into lasting prosperity. Now, that is why this Council matters. No member state can overcome every obstacle alone. Some believe they do, but I think history has pointed out to us that even large empires crumble. And when they crumble, they tend to crumble exceedingly small. That's the title of a book I wrote, incidentally, for those of you who still may wish to go and have a look at it, years ago. But in any event, the point I'm making is that small and medium-sized states know especially well that no state can survive and overcome every obstacle alone. Cooperation must therefore be more than an expression of goodwill. It must connect needs with resources, experience with opportunity, and sound ideas with the means to implement them. I thank the panelists who were here earlier for their experience and candor that they brought to the discussion. I thank all of you for your engagement. I also thank Ambassador Valois, the Secretary of CD, and the team of the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development for their work in preparing this meeting and for the responsibilities they will carry in the months ahead. At the end of this semester, our success should not be measured by the number of meetings we have held or documents we have produced, though I have to warn that those informal meetings will become necessary if we are to move the agenda forward. It should be measured by whether we have initiated useful cooperation, built effective partnerships, and brought practical opportunities closer to the peoples of our member states. The Inter-American system will retain the confidence of its peoples only if it demonstrates that multilateral cooperation can improve their lives. If not, everybody will withdraw back into the narrow confines of nationalism, and multilateralism will lose its meaning. And so too, I suspect, will nationalism at the end of the day, because we have already said no nation could overcome all the obstacles by itself. Now, the Inter-American system will retain the confidence of its people, as I said, only if it demonstrates that multilateral cooperation can improve their lives. CD has a responsibility to help prove that it can, and that is the work we've begun today. There being no further business, this meeting of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development is adjourned. Thank you all very much.